Hockey School, and welcome to the ISU Junior Grand Prix Armenian Cup 2023. This is an event of the International Skating Union and hosted by Figure Skating Federation of Armenia. In just a few moments, we will start the Junior Women Free Skating. We remind you that flash photography as well as video recording and filming is forbidden. Gifts and flowers offered to the skaters at the end of their performance must be completely wrapped, and we thank you very much for your cooperation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to introduce the officials for this event. Representing the International Skating Union, please welcome the referee, Mr. Eddie Wool. The panel of judges, judge number 1. Ms. Ernstine Packet, Netherlands. Judge number 2, Mr. Franciszek Bałdys, Czech Republic. Judge number 3, Mr. Thomas Riegler, Austria. Judge number 4, Ms. Lovorka Godim, Croatia. Judge number 5, Ms. Anita Bernasconi, Switzerland. Judge number 6, Ms. Katalin Balcha, Hungary. Judge number 7, Mr. Jerry Hilgert, Luxembourg. Judge number 8, Mr. Jorge Omache, Peru. Judge number 9, Ms. Salome Chigovice, Georgia. Also representing the International Skating Union, please welcome the technical panel. Technical controller, Ms. Anna Sierocka. Technical specialists, Ms. Olga Veronova. Ms. Alia Bajo.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to week number 7, day 2 of competition here in Yerevan, Armenia. We're just outside our facility, just in front of Mount Ararat, 17,000 feet. Incredible height, beautiful, beautiful mountain. But we're here for figure skating. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Henruddy. The women's free program coming up. Mark, what's up?
Well, we saw the women's short program yesterday, and it wasn't the greatest skates for the women competing, but it has paved the way for an exciting free skate. Not all of the top 6 after the short program had their best skates, but it still lies with a mix for medals, and 2 Americans currently in 2nd and 3rd. Could that make a mix-up of the rostrum this time?
All going for personal best in their final Junior Grand Prix this season. 34 athletes from 30 nations, and the women's free starts right now. Welcome back, everyone, to Yerevan, Armenia. Such a beautiful historical place. As we take a look at downtown, all the lights flashing, and outside the facility here, hosting this event, beautiful ice arena, seats about 600 or 700 in the building. Beautiful ice arena here with off-ice facilities, you name it. I'm Ted Bard, along with Mark Hanratty. Final event, but the long one of the day, as we take a look at the officials for this event, Mark.
Yes, 34 women will be competing. As we see all the different nations represented on the judging panel, and the tech controller and technical specialists.
We kind of look like the Blues Brothers. Now, do you know what the Blues Brothers is?
Isn't the film, the Blues Brothers, the films, and
the film.
It's cool. They're cool guys.
Yeah. Well, no, they're a little bit buffoonery. I mean, there's a little
buffoonery. That's an amazing word. Buffoonery.
No, but they try to be cool, but one of them is not. That's me. No.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I've just been a skating geek my whole life, so to be referenced as cool, I'll take that happily.
Who referenced you at school?
You swine.
Who did that? Yeah, you swine. Oh, I like that. Swine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right out of, let me see, that's got a show. Okay, we've got the women's free program coming up. A big, difference, of course, in the standards. We've talked a lot about that. It's one of the wonderful things about the Junior Grand Prix is you'll see some skaters that are learning and perhaps struggling in competition just to get to try to do the best they could do with the skills that they have at that moment. And that moment, those skills at that moment for the early group, as you'll see that, compared to the final group is a wide range. This is completely normal. It's exactly what the Junior Grand Prix is. We look at a really big polar bear,
Wow. Well, that's something we haven't had at any of the other Junior Grand Prix.
No, I actually walked behind it, and it was like an eclipse. I couldn't see anything. Wow. That's amazing.
That is quite something.
That's huge. Anyways, the point is the disparity. And so this is completely normal. We are as excited to talk about and encourage these young skaters in this first group as we are with the last. And so, but it's a different pace, and it's a different message.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, when I was researching some domestic results of skaters that are competing on the Junior Grand Prix, it got me to seeing competitions in Japan and Korea where skaters were competing. They were getting scores similar to this group.
Yeah.
And, in this event, obviously, when you come from a skating nation where the sport is one of the most popular sports in your nation, there will be greater numbers. And from that greater numbers, they can choose a more elite group with those big scores that we'll see later on. But it's not that this doesn't happen in all nations.
No, it's interesting because some of the skaters in my country would watch the Junior Grand Prix and they say, well, I can do that. In the first couple of groups, well, I can do that.
Yeah.
But, but the fact is that for the Junior Grand Prix, it is for the world development. Mm-hmm. It's not just for top skaters in any one nation, right? So there's representation by many nations. We've talked about how they earn their spots, how many spots they get to qualify skaters for this event.
And that's why we see some skaters that are maybe trained in a stronger skating nation choosing to perhaps utilize a connection with another country through a family member and represent a different skating nation, because then that offers them the chance to compete on this illustrious stage, and that it is.
Now get your phone up, because there are a lot of questions here, which are really interesting ones. Let's see what we have here. I like this. Good morning from Sequim, Washington, just actually south of British Columbia. Skating is the only thing I get up at 3:30 in the morning to watch. I like that. When will be the next event where both of you are going to work together? Probably maybe Junior Grand Prix final.
Yes.
Junior Grand Prix. We'll see. That's on the site. Junior Worlds. If you're available, if you're not winning the dance with dancing with ice or dancing on ice.
Yeah. And we've just been talking in the break now, just referencing that Ted and I will be back up for one another, and we will be commentating on the Senior Grand Prix. We'll be taking different events, and for whatever reason we have each other's backs now. For any number of reasons, if I'm not available, then Ted and I will be the first port of call for each other. But we'll both be commentating on the Senior Grand Prix, and looking forward to seeing how that's developing as well.
No, we really enjoy working together. Working by myself is like, okay, I've done that for a long time. You've done that for a long time. You're excellent at it. And but working together, so much more fun.
Talking of the Senior Grand Prix, you're about to get a little insight into the dates, times and locations for
Just
them.
go there. Skate America is going to start October 20th to 22nd. That's in Allen, Texas. We'll move on to Skate Canada International in Vancouver, October 27th to 29th. I'll be there, and you'll be covering that from home. I'll be there live with the Canadian broadcast. And then Grand Prix de France in Angers, that is November 3rd to 5th. Then we'll move on to Cup of China. You're covering that as well. November 10th to 12th. Grand Prix Espoo, you're covering that as well in your garage. November 17th to 19th, NHK Trophy. I'll be covering that from Vancouver in my studio at home. And then the Grand Prix final, I think, we're not sure, we don't know, we have to wait, is that both of us will work both junior and senior. We hope, because we like working together. That's
Absolutely.
Sure. And there is a look at your senior Grand Prix season coming up shortly. Okay, what else we got here? Let's see. We only have a minute. How do they choose cities for? Okay, no, we'll get that later. Why is this same? No, can't talk to her. Not enough time. We'll get this on the next warm up. Lots of good questions here.
Thank you for sending those in.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's really good. Actually, wish you had that also for the Senior Grand Prix.
Yeah.
It's different. The Junior Grand Prix, for people to understand, and the Senior. Junior Grand Prix is owned by the ISU. The Senior Grand Prix is run by... Well, sliding.
Oh, that's good to see.
Yeah.
Romanian competitor laughing and not sure. If that's Romanian, Peruvian maybe. Great to see though that appreciation for the comedy of it rather than derailing there.
Yeah, exactly.
Skaters.
Scary moment. Okay, here we go. Okay, Mark. Okay, final event, day number 2.
And these scenes now, so wonderful to see Katarina Ivleva giving the compassionate care towards her student. We saw that just before the short program, and these precious moments repeated again just ahead of the free skate.
Sarah, 16 years old, 34th after the short program, first Junior Grand Prix event. And she circles her starting position. She'll skate the free program, skater number 1, to Burn It Blue.
This house,
Sara Zofria Bravo from Peru. You know, great to think of what's going on and the choice of this free skating to music from Frida, Mexican artist and this Peruvian skater choosing to embrace a theme for the free skate.
I think this is a really smart choice of music, not only because of the quality of the song, of course, but the pacing. Because the pacing was at such a rhythm or such a speed that she could actually be more precise and more careful. It didn't have to go crazy. And she did a nice double axel right off the top of the program. There it is. Good double axel all the way around. Nice. Great job. Right off the top. And so this didn't rush her. Sometimes if you have music that is rushing, you might tend to rush yourself. Spread eagle into the double flip, up into the double toe. No problem. Gets that done well.
Oh, look at that expression.
Yeah, really nice. We'll look at a little bit more later. There's the double loop, double toe loop as well. And then we'll see one more jump combination here. Sequence the double Lutz into Euler, and then the double Salchow. We watch some of the moves here. Although simple, nice, beautiful. Watch the hands here. Just spread out on the spread eagle into a small Ina Bauer, and then coming right at the camera here.
Look
Takes
at
the
that.
patience. Yeah,
that
takes
was
the patience.
cool.
Yeah, really nice. Look to her right, you know. So little details like that, Mark.
And in terms of the jump technique, although obviously there's not the same technical difficulty regarding the triples as we look at the combo spin, the technique of the said double jumps was of quality, as well as we see just working that mandatory feature, one of the features that you can use for level 4.
Now, isn't Ekaterina, the coach, just one of the nicest?
Oh,
nicest
so
people?
nice.
Oh my gosh! And I've known her because she was working on some of the events in Italy. Always, you know, when you meet a person and they just have this incredible soul.
Yes.
She's like
good
that.
energy.
And good energy, and you can see her work with the skaters as well. Positive, caring about the person first, and then working with the skater second.
As a parent, that's the kind of coach I would want
Yeah.
for my child to be working with.
Yeah.
That's the energy you want your child to have in their life.
Nice job. And for the most part, most coaches are like that. It's great. You know, Katerina has just got this smile that lights up the room and, you know, helps with all that as well. They wait for the scores.
And nice for Sara to be here with her coach, Ekaterina, but also a fellow student of Ekaterina and Milena Panik. And you know, how nice that they can come with a teammate, not just the coach and student, but a semblance of team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And she should be very proud. That was a good skate for her. Free program score, 47.39 for Sarah. First skater out. And you can see nod of approval. They're pleased with that skate, pleased with the scores. Mission accomplished. It'll be a nice flight home.
Congratulations.
There is our next competitor. Born right here in Yerevan, representing Armenia, 14-year-old Rubina Simonyan. Very first Junior Grand Prix event. Skate the free program to Can't Take My Eyes Off of You.
Well, what a wonderful moment for 14-year-old Rubina Simonian from Yerevan. And when the International Skating Union cleared Yerevan as a spot on the Junior Grand Prix Series this year, I'm sure Rubina and her coach will have been very mindful that she could participate. And now she can say she's a Junior Grand Prix competitor in her home nation, and how exciting that is for her and those that have been here vocally cheering her on through that performance.
And what a great skate. I mean,
Yeah.
that's for this young woman, that's a clean skate. You know, very solid. And we'll take a look at some of the elements. Here's the double axel at the start of the program. As you mentioned, squeals of joy as she landed that. And then the double flip, good. It hangs onto the landing. So it has a good start to the program. First double Lutz. Has to struggle a little bit, but stands up, no problem. Double sow, Euler, and another double Sacco. Nice patience between the two. Gets a free leg back. So was in the moment. That double loop was a little bit off, but hangs onto the landing, steps up into the single axle. So she was kind of in the zone, kind of in control. The last spin here, laid back spin, just base level. But that's all they were kind of going for. So, yeah, nice job. Well done. Under the eyes of friends and family and colleagues and skating mates, schoolmates, you name it.
Just, wonderful, and hopefully wonderful for her to hear. We at the skating nation, the skating fans, are proud of her for, delivering a good performance under the pressure of it. And as I suggested, I imagine, I haven't spoken with Rubina about it, but I imagine that for months there's been this on her horizon as a big, huge landmark in the calendar of her year to skate in a Junior Grand Prix in Yerevan where she lives. And she did it.
And you could see yesterday she was a little bit more doubtful in her scores, and she had a moment of just a second ago, a moment of kind of a smile and pride.
Looking around.
Shy. I think she's a bit shy, so just sort of uncertain how to handle the moment. But she skated great. This is a solid performance. Well done.
Rubina Simonian from Armenia has earned
Well, 48.66 for Rubina, and that'll put her into first place. Coach is going, hey, look, you're first. 70.05 total score for the competition for Rubina. Nice job.
That little fall and warm-up didn't derail her at all.
Not at all. Our next competitor represents Romania. 13-year-old Natalia Runcanu. First Junior Grand Prix season. Coached by Simona Panga. Will skate to wonderful music of Hans Zimmer. The soundtrack of Gravity.
Oh, did you see there's a little smile before she did the back bend? Congratulations to Natalia Rankanu. That was fabulous. And the youngest competitor that we've seen so far, and yet 3 for 3, everybody seeming to really live up to the pressure.
Yeah, it's really good. And, you know, for this young woman, she looked really comfortable in the performance. Didn't look rushed, didn't look panicky at all. Just took her time. The technique was right on cue. Really nicely done. Here's a look at the double salchow, or triple salchow, pardon me. This is under-rotated in the system. That's okay. And as we take a look, nice and calm, stepping up in the double axel. Tight, fast in the air, and strong as well. Double axel again. And then the double lutz, double loop. Quick in between the two jumps, so important. Then the change combination spin at the end of the program, and that's in at a level 3. This was a well-controlled, for this the stage that she is at, this was that elusive, clean program.
And
because that's what she can do. She can't do more right yet. It'll get faster, turned out toe, better posture, little things like that. But this is the best she can do. Fantastic.
What gorgeous scenes of celebration for Natalia and Coach Simona Punga. And Simona, we've seen her in the Junior Grand Prix so far. She's explained that when she comes to events with her other students, she leaves her students at home. There's not a coaching network and fraternity there that she can rely on. So there's so much commitment from the coach. And I also have to shout out to Andrea Vaturi, who has choreographed the program, because there were some really nice touches within it, some interesting use of arms, and some unique movement patterns that showcase an awareness of not just the technical. Of course, at this stage, the skaters need the triples, and I joked yesterday about Natalia saying, "I'll see you next year with more triples."
Yeah.
Yes, of course, that's a necessity, but she's also being pushed to explore some artistic endeavors and different movement as well.
You can see her coaches going, okay, now breathe out, because she's quite excited. Maybe she's hoping for more than there'll be. I don't know, but all I know is she's got to walk away with great pride in that program.
And along the journey, this is a lovely benchmark along the journey. Take a little spot now, celebrate the hard work.
Enjoy that. And then move it forward.
Natalia Rankanu from Romania has
61.46. That is first in the free program so far, with a total competition score of 89.73. And a nod of approval. She would like to have a little bit more. You can see that in her face, because she felt that's the best she can do. But here's a good indication where she's at now. Go back to work. Continue to improve those scores, because you got all the technique, no problem. All mechanics are there. Just more work.
representing Czech Republic.
Our next competitor represents the Czech Republic, 15-year-old Nela Sieber-Jourova. And this is her first Junior Grand Prix event. And she'll skate the free program to Après Moi.
Nela Snebergerova from the Czech Republic demonstrating such strength of character to secure her first triple toe, double toe in competition for the skater in her first junior competition.
And that was later in the program.
Yeah.
That was amazing. They struggled a little bit in the beginning, and I was, just cutting the replays. I'm not sure what's coming out here, but I'm going to record this. And then when she knocked that off, I thought, wow, that's great courage and great composure, really, in the program to handle all that. There's the triple sow all the way around, but just not right on top of the landing. Here's the triple loop and steps out of that. This is like the fourth skater, and we're getting triples already.
And good quality triples. And this, as we see the fall on the first triple toe, indication of where Nela is at a different step up now. First clean triple we've seen in the event, and obviously with that comes greater risk as we see the choreo sequence. Nice. Yeah, nice movement.
And here's that triple toe loop late in the program up into the double toe. Great work. Change combo spin right at the end. Just level 2, so not getting that first feature turning over.
And I'm sure in practice earlier today, Nela will have been mindful of the fact that obviously she has more technical difficulty than the others that are competing in this group. She has obviously the capabilities of clean triple sacco, triple toe, and triple loop. But just as I say then, in doing that, then her score isn't going to be as high as some that have gone before her because she's risking more. But in her first junior event, she's mindful of what's necessary to be competitive.
Yeah.
And more events will give her the opportunity to showcase that.
And when you're at that stage, even though it's risky, it doesn't matter. You have to try. When you're at the stage of doing the triples in practice, you need to put them in your program and give them a try. As long as it's not a qualifying, you maybe have to have a little bit more strategy in that case. But right now, no problem. Go for it.
And Nella explained that she also works on her own choreography. She's involved in that process and enjoys participating in the creation of her own program. So somebody that's obviously capable of the triple jumps, we're talking about technical element score, but somebody that's obviously enjoys the artistic aspects of the sport too.
Yeah, and that's good. First of all, it's going to give her more passion to be on the ice and not, skaters that wait to be told what to do. I guess that's good when you're young.
Yeah.
Right? But at some point, you've got to start steering the bus. You got to be in the driver's seat and start to take your career in a direction that you want. Have a vision. Take a look at a lot of video. Figure out what type of person you are, what type of skater you are, what you want to be. Generally, that happens in the mid to late teens.
Yeah.
That they start to take control.
And then being here in Yerevan and seeing the likes of Mal Shimada, Kuro Kushida that we'll see later on will give her other visions to use for her next creation.
Totally. 57.05 for Nella. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 91.69. And that'll put Nella currently into first place at this stage of the competition. Our next competitor represents Ireland. 17-year-old Sierra Francesca Turtafrick. 31st after the short program. And she's going to need a 58.73 to take the lead. And she'll skate the free program to victory battle cry by 2 steps from hell.
representing Ireland, 17-year-old Kira Francesca Turner-Frick, and she was so happy and relieved, I think, with this short program. A few more challenges in the free skate, but her debut on the Junior Grand Prix is complete.
Yeah, interesting. It's true. The short program was really brilliant, you know, considering the challenges that every skater has getting here and training for this. And I think that was so uplifting. But then the free program is completely different.
A whole nother beast.
Yeah, and you're just kind of hoping. And when things didn't go well on this first double axel, then the doubt starts to create in the mind. And, you know, we saw some nice things. There's the double flip. It hesitated and didn't get in the double toe loop. It's a single toe loop done, no problem. There's another double lutz a bit later in the program. But you can see a lean on the double lutz, a little bit of a lean on the axle. So not finding the center, except for on that one, not finding the center in the jumps. This is a bit, you know, concerning. And your brain is working two different ways now, which, you know, what do I have to do here? And it's a bit of a struggle all the way through. Nice flying camel, change of edge there, grab the blade. That was well done.
And actually, knowing Kira, she's incredibly academic and really gifted academically. She comes from a family of really, really intelligent women, and she has been juggling her competitive duties alongside some top mark schooling. And so, you know, further insight into what goes on in the lives of these young people, she's now wonderfully smiling. It's a delight to see her there still smiling.
You know, it's interesting because we've had this discussion about the really academic, the high academic people who skate find this sport very frustrating.
Yes,
because they've been able to control numbers and books and content and figure it out because their brain works that way. But you cannot, although this is based around science, it is not pure science.
No.
So there is no pure calculation to making these things work. A lot of it's got to do with feel and certainly understanding momentum and gravity and those types of things and positions that you need for speed and all those types of things. But it frustrates the high intellects, that's for sure.
And from, you know, she comes in from Oxford, a place of such academia, and she said controlling her nerves was the greatest thing coming out of this event.
Absolutely. 50.10 for Sierra Francesca Turner-Frick with an 83.07 for the competition. That'll put her currently into third place. Be interesting to talk to her.
Oh, I
after,
look forward to it.
Tell me what your thoughts are when you're trying to calculate everything and go through it, you know. It was such an interesting discussion we had with that young man from Mexico. Right?
Oh my goodness, yes. It's so often the case that these skaters are elite level humans. They don't just skate. Some of them, it's just skating consumes their life, and that's their entire being seems to be revolving around it. But for many, it is a combination of skating and academics.
Yeah, and or music, and we've seen that as well as we watch the next group take to the ice. We've talked about that. This wonderful contest in Canada with our membership about submitting videos of their other talents other than skaters. They have to be registered members of Skate Canada, but they have to. Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable! You know, cellists and pianists and singers and artists and bakers and the stuff we got was and storytellers. The stuff we got. Not the stuff, the videos and the content and the life that we got from these people was shocking. It's worth a television show.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. People's lives, you don't know the background. You only know them how you know them. You don't really know their background story. And when you start to find that out, you say, wow, you know, our every country who has skaters, it's not the only talent. There's a lot more behind these people. That's for sure.
And I suppose as we get to senior, like, I think of Zachary Laga, former World Junior Ice Dance champion, who's a concert pianist at some of the most respected halls of music in the world, or even hearing Alexander Fagan, the American men's single skater who competes here at this event that's performed with the New York City Ballet. It's just some of the stories of these humans are amazing. But irrespective of whether or not they have the talents across multiple facets of life, anybody here is a superhuman.
What did you say? Because I wasn't listening. I was actually reading these questions. No, correct. Don't repeat it. Okay, I heard it. I know what you did.
Fire on with the questions.
Okay, here we go. Have you ever thought of becoming an official or a technical panel person?
Oh, so that is something that we touched on this at one of the other assignments, and I actually would really quite like, I think, to push myself to do the Frankfurt test and to try to be an International Skating Union technical specialist. But as I said before, as much as I think I would enjoy the challenge of that and I would enjoy doing it, my respect for those that are doing it is huge because they give up so much time for free. And, you know, my stage in life with a family and children, I I can't do that, but it makes me admire those that do so much.
I would love you to do it because I would love you to have to go through that grilling seminar and come out on the other side to understand a little bit more about what they go through. Not because the information's one thing. You can know it and it's there and you can study it. But the moment you have to be on a panel and be assessed as to your calling, not only what you're saying and is it accurate, but how you're working with the other team members. So everything is looked at. So it's like the testing a pilot who's running, who's flying the plane. So it is incredible, and I love you to go through the ringer. But anyways,
well, I think actually for the technical panels that we've got, often they acknowledge that being on a panel at senior events like the Senior Grand Prix upcoming, that's comparatively easy. Being at junior events where
way more work,
not only because of the volume of the skater, but numbers, but also because of the mistakes that can be made in this education process. And that would be the challenge, to be well enough prepared to consider every possibility of feature change or every.
I was talking to one of the judges here that this was their first assignment. They just passed and graduated from Frankfurt, and I said, "How'd it go?" And she said, "I could never expect to be that nervous at the beginning of an event, which is wonderful because you want people to have so much respect for the sport and so much respect for their responsibility to feel those nerves as the skaters do as well and have their focus on their elements. Okay, on their job. So let me see what else I got here. Mark.
Ooh. I'm scared. What's coming? I don't know. I'm not looking at the questions. It's all down to you.
I can make this up.
Yeah,
I
you
can
could.
just say anything right now. All right, of all the rhythm dances, what is your favorite theme?
Oh.
That's an easy one, I know.
That's an interesting one. I actually, given the rhythm dance theme, what I personally enjoy, I like tango, but I think that can be repetitive and boring when you've got a Junior Grand Prix full of multiple teams. So I have to say, it sounds like a cop-out, but I do really enjoy the 1980s theme choice this year.
That is a cop-out.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I'm just kidding. It's not. That's
is
funny. Okay, another question. How do they choose the cities for the... I don't know. I want to see the senior. I thought it was the Senior Grand Prix. Why do Senior Grand Prix always end up in the same countries? Here's the reason why. Because those countries have television contracts, and those were the original countries. No, it has changed slightly. But those countries were the original countries that developed the Senior Grand Prix with the ISU. And they have always hosted those events. They have television contracts that give world feeds to the rights holders around the world. So it has changed, obviously. Finland, when China was not doing it, Finland was doing it. Of course, when Russia's not doing it, it was, or was that Espoo? Espoo, Finland was doing it at that point. So things have changed for different reasons around the world. But generally speaking, the original six
Skate
countries.
America, Skate Canada, NHK. You can look back in the archives and see years and years, decades of
and
those
a lot
results.
has to do with how it got started and also the contracts, television rights and distribution. Let's see. Let's see. Good morning.
Oh, that's a really good one, but that's
This one here?
There's a lot to that one. That's a whole warm-up in itself.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. This question's good. Is the stream down? No, it's not anymore. It was for a couple minutes. No, we have another good long question. We'll do that on the next warm-up. Okay. As we close out
Do you
group
know,
number 2 warm-up.
as we head towards the end of this warm-up, watching all these fabulous athletes makes me want to skate. It's been quite a while since I skated. I'm normally skating multiple times a week, and some of these performances make me want to skate. So hopefully those that are watching feel equally inspired. I know that there are some youngsters that are watching, and hopefully what they see in front of us now motivates them to demand a little bit more from themselves in day-to-day training. I don't know if I could demand any more from myself. I'll just enjoy gliding at this stage.
Next to skate representing
Our next competitor represents France, 15-year-old Ninon de Portganet. First Junior Grand Prix season, second event this fall, coming 20th in Bangkok, 28th after the short program. She will need a 56.01 to take the lead. Personal best is 66 in the free program. And she will skate to the Storm by Havasi.
15-year-old Nino Daponi from France getting some redemption with her free skate here after a disappointing short program and landing 5 triples.
Yeah, my note. Pardon me. My note yesterday, I talked about their fast rotation. Really solid rotation. It was great, and she had a little bit of struggle in the beginning of this program, but then just pulled it together. It looked like she, I don't want to say mad, just got, okay, get on with this.
Yes.
Just took control and started to steer her own ship. There's the first triple. Look how tight and fast she is in the air, right up in the double toe. Really excellent jump technique, great rotational technique. There's the triple Sauerkraut, gets the free. Free leg's a little bit slow. She's going to want to pop that back faster for the future, but second triple that's a little bit forward, but pulls it out. Great push back with the free leg there. And then that double axel with the swing rolls going into it. A little bit different, that's for sure. The second triple toe loop, gets the free leg back in time. 3-turn double toe. And the flying sit. So this was a very solid program for Ninon. Personal best 66. She's going to destroy this score.
And she internationally yet to fulfill her potential. And the French Masters not long ago, she managed a 99 in the free skate. So it's coming somewhere in between that. And she's worked with Kevin Amos, the brilliant French skater, on her choreography. And nice to see pictures of her choreographer who's still competing with her in Villard-de-Lans last week, and she's got a good team around her.
And you can see she has energy in the kiss and cry now that may not have existed after the short program, but it's certainly there, fueled by, kind of mastering that elusive kind of clean program, or close to anyways. A lot of technical content in that program, lots of room, lots of potential landmines of mistakes.
Yes.
But she dodged them all, fought really hard, had a pretty clean program. Well done.
And it's just so wonderful to see a different kind of energy in the kiss and cry. The short program yesterday was some 17 points lower than what she achieved domestically just a few days ago. So there must have been a really difficult challenge for her and her coach to turn that around and come out fighting today. And as you said, midway through the program, or after the single flip, the intended triple flip that popped a single, she had a word with herself.
Yep, exactly. She's going to see some big numbers here. This is an 18-point increase in her last season best, 84.27. Her season's best before this was 66. So, and this will put her first place. But the big thing for her is that she showed what she can do, and she can walk away. I can do this. Won't always be perfect, but I know I can do this now. 119.96 as she sits in first place. Well done. Our next competitor represents Kyrgyzstan, 14-year-old Jasmine Schlager, second junior Grand Prix season, second event, 17th in Istanbul, 27th here in the short program. And she'll need an 83.91 to take the lead, but her season's best is 69.22. She'll skate to ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, Jasmine Schlager has so much to offer. Great spins, great flexibility, difficult transitions, good jump technique, and also bravery to come back from that fall in the opening loop.
I so much love this skater. A little rough around the edges in some areas, no question, but this music demanded a lot of energy, Mark. Not only that, but so did all the technical work in there. And she took that hard fall off that step off the edge. We'll take a look at that in a second. And just fought back. And she also got kind of their, interesting, innovative, and quirky style.
Yes.
And I think it suits her perfectly for where she's at in her development. But I'd love to be able to measure the energy output in these programs because I think this is one of the highest energy outputs required. Let's take a look here. Watch her hit the heel right there.
Oh, we've all been there.
And goes right onto the hip, and that hurts. And now you have to get it back up. That's the first element in your program. You got to come down the ice and nail the triple toe. And she does. Good strong back. Nice. And then some more work here. Triple Salchow. Good speed off that takeoff edge up into the double toe loop. She's back on track. Look at the positions. Just incredible. Great stretch. Great strength. And this change combo spins in at a level 3, missing one feature, but a plus GOE. Another triple toe loop a little bit later. Double axel. Not right on top. Leans outside the circle. Has to put the hand down. She's an athlete, and she's an innovator. So she's got lots of fun things to work with. If I was coaching, I'd like this.
And even having the bravery to give that level of interpretation, that unique choice, really cool. So cool. And she looks delighted. And that fall on the takeoff of a loop, I think every skater doing double or triple loop has probably experienced that at some point. To have that happen in a junior Grand Prix where you've worked so hard to do that at the start of the program, that's crushing, and she showed such strength to not let that derail her.
No question. And, I think once she learns to pace herself properly with the energy output required for the jumps and the energy output required for the performance, and doesn't moosh it all together and get exhausted on everything, which I think she did a pretty good job here.
As we've said on the series so far, with more run-throughs as the season progresses for Jasmine, then she can be able to deliver more and more, which is an inevitability of this point in the season.
Yeah. But she's got a smile on her face. I think she feels that was a pretty good program. Maybe not her best, but pretty good program. Personal best is 69.22, so she's going to beat that score. And that's a nice way to finish the Junior Grand Prix season. Let's take a look. There it is. Season's best, 74.96. And that'll put her currently into second. With a 111.02 total competition score, that'll put her overall into second place.
Just missing the Junior World's tech score. I think that was a slap in the thigh.
That was the thing, yeah. Yeah.
There'll be other opportunities this season, for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Our next competitor is 14 years old, represents Armenia, born right here in Yerevan. Sofia Karapetenian. The 61.87 personal best score in the free program, earning that in Budapest just a few weeks ago. She'll skate to the music from Hans Zimmer and the soundtrack of Time.
The second of two Armenian women competing in this, the final stop of the Junior Grand Prix Series in Yerevan. Sophie Karapetyan.
And did you hear the clock ticking?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going, okay, what's that clicking noise? See that? Oh, yeah, it's to time. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I don't think the audience could hear it, but we certainly could hear it here. Yeah, great energy. And remember, yesterday was a really solid short program for her, so she was really thrilled. And you can see good strength and energy, power and speed throughout the program. We take a look at some of the elements. Here's the double axel. And gets that free leg back quickly. You see how she saved that jump? That pushing that free leg back, so important. That left side, get it back there now, and she doesn't get it back in time. Has to do a 3-turn. That's okay. Up into the double toe. Good thinking. Here's the double Lutz, and that's not a problem. Lots of time on that element. Unfortunately, didn't fold into rotation on the loop.
We'll check with the right side here on all the entries.
Yeah. A little over rotation with the upper body and has to do a 3-turn out. Nice fast sit spin near at the end of the program. Change sit spin level 2 though, just 2 of the features. So 61.87 is her personal best. I think she's going to beat that here, finish the season on a very positive note.
Absolutely, and similar jump content which she used when she competed in Budapest. And now moving forward from this event, I'm sure the return to training will be fueled with the eagerness to get triple toe, triple loop, triple flip, and triple lutz, one of the more difficult triples. And I think the lutz actually looks like that might be the strongest next triple for her.
Quick in rotation, that's for sure. A little harder to stop the rotation. You had a lot of turnouts or over rotation.
So obviously, really mindful of using the right arm to fold in to assimilate the rotation, but not so much when it comes to
to stopping it.
out.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing, is starting rotation is a little easier. No, not little. A lot more easier than stopping it at the right time. That is stopping at the right time. That you're spinning so quickly in the air. You're coming down from maybe a foot in the air, and you have to open up, pull the parachute cord right at the right time. If you don't, you keep spinning and hit the ice, and not good, right? So it's such a quick, instinctive action you have to take.
And under the pressure of competition, where nerves are so high and adrenaline is coursing through the body, it's sometimes a little bit harder to access that in the moment.
Oh,
that sharpness.
Not sometimes.
Always.
You're being so polite.
I know.
No.
Just check out, everybody. Check out.
Check out. Open up. Let's go. Get it done.
The scores, please. Sophie Karapetyan from Armenia.
Free program scores for Sophie. Season's best, 68.93. That is third in the free program, with a total score of 108.12. That is also third. Hard to tell whether she likes that or not. Sort of moved back. And went,
Just to see, what does my coach think before I...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, snuck a look at the coach and said, are you okay with that?
Are we good?
Yeah, exactly.
Next to skate,
Our next competitor represents Luxembourg, 18-year-old Yaseline Hibon, 29th after the short program. Personal best is 64.11. She'll need an 85.19 to take the lead.
Beautiful music and a beautifully expressive skater, Iselin Ibon from Luxembourg. And she explained, Ted, that the past 2 seasons she's had mental blocks, but she's registered for an online psychology bachelor program. She wants to become a mental coach to help other skaters. And
isn't that interesting? Because we did have a question a little earlier about from a mother about the child, all of a sudden having a lot of fears and insecurities and anxiety in skating. And the skaters go through that. We will talk a little further on that a little bit later as we take a look at some of the elements. There's the double axel. This is under rotated and the free leg is wrapped around. So really slow on that. That's okay. Double flip. Gets the free leg back in time. You can see the free leg a little high in the air, and that's a bit of a challenge rotating quickly with the free leg high. Ankles need to be tucked tight together. As we take a look, watch the forward inside edge there. Nice change of weight. You change your balance point and you flip them back outside to forward inside. That is a feature which makes the element more difficult, gives you more points.
Iselin has a business then ready and waiting once she's got that bachelor's program to help support skaters. And we can see this is the first of the 2 lutzes, the second one less successful than this one. But good that she acknowledges that, the mental aspect of her sport is so vitally crucial.
It is. We talked about just briefly with some of those skaters that have a high intellect and scholastics and finding this a really challenging sport because they can't calculate it perfectly, right? It is really hard. It's a bit of a mystery, and it's a search for your soul a little bit and who you are and how you feel at the moment. You can do the elements, but the psychology of doing them under that one moment, you can overthink it and you can underthink it. You just have to find out the magic spot where you're comfortable. And I think it's one of the lovely things about our sport, but also the most frustrating. It's like golf. It's like the magical say, oh, that was easy. Okay, I can do this game. This is easy, right? And all of a sudden the ball's in the forest and you're whacking the bushes and saying, where is that ball? This is a stupid game, right?
I'm not going to learn to play golf then.
Exactly.
I saw a lovely post online, Iselin, of Skating Luxembourg, all young skaters around a screen watching her short program.
Oh, that's cool.
So Iselin should know that her performance is an inspiration to other young children.
Well, the free program scores for Iselin is 57.03. That is 6 in the free program with a 91.81 for the total competition score, and that'll put her currently, for the moment, into 4th place. There is our next competitor who represents Uzbekistan, 13-year-old Varvara Kortkova. First Junior Grand Prix season, second event this fall, 17th in Bangkok, 26th here in the short program. She'll need an 83.79 to take the lead. She personal best is 73.85. She'll skate the club to death by Rob Dugan.
Varvara Kurokova from Uzbekistan, and this is a skater that, like Nino Daponi from earlier on in the competition, pushing herself to include more technical content, and I think that the first triple loops that she's landed cleanly in competition. Technical panel currently reviewing that, and that a real coup for any skater to land another increased technical element score value jump, and it's just gone in the system as cleanly rotated. So congratulations to Varvara for that.
Yeah, you can see the mechanics of the technique coming up nicely. There's that triple Lutz and up into the double axel. Fast rotated, so this is really helpful. I mean, you learn to rotate fast, 75% of the jump is done, or maybe not that much, but close to it. And so important because you have a chance to get all the way around. Here's the second triple flip. This was a bit more problematic, too far back, and also not all the way around with the foot and let the body collapse. But watch how quickly she folds the feet into rotation. There it is, done, gets the free leg out.
This was good later.
Triple loop a little bit later, a little bit loose in the waist on the triple loop landing, but overall, she's got the mechanics of the takeoff, fast rotation. Now it's a matter of how consistently can I check out on time. We talked about that. That's one of the harder things to do. You think it's easy, but it's not.
And you can see, as we said, that with that rotational position, we have to assume Varvara and our coach Yerevan work really hard, perhaps the off-ice, the rotational position. Some skaters using harnesses, some using spinners off the ice, just to make that efficient, streamlined, aerodynamic, quick rotational position. What can also be done for Varvara now is to work on just the stroking exercises that she'll see from the top group, which ensure components taking her out of the 4s into the 5s and the 6s.
Yeah, and posture too. A little bit on posture as well. That's why that upper body, you don't want that to collapse. If you hold your back straight and strong, under every condition in the jump, then you're going to increase your percentage of landing, by a good 20-30%. Because quite often when you anticipate a mistake or you can feel it going off and you break in the upper body, that causes it to go down.
Yep.
So holding that body core very strong with straight, strong back, such a key. It doesn't feel good at the moment. It's not trusting it. You think you got to break, but you got to hold it strong.
So many of the skaters will work on Pilates type exercises, core based exercises to strengthen all the abdominals and dorsal muscles. Skaters really are so superhumanly strong.
Yeah, they're very fit. There's no question of that. Not anymore, at our stage, but or my stage, not your stage. You're still Mr. Dance guy on the, dancing on ice. So you got to be fit. You are. We saw you in the kilt. I mean,
Is that clinging on to my
kilt
last
man,
gasp
yeah.
of
Doing
strength
good.
and flexibility?
Doing good. It's just Mr. Jealousy talking here. That's all.
Let's see how I'm doing in a few years.
Okay, let's take a look at the scores. Free program score for Varvara, 68.69. That is fourth in the free program with a total competition score of 104.87. And that also will put her, at least for the moment, into fourth place overall.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a break for ice resurfacing.
And now we'll take a look at the standings so far after two groups as Mark frantically looks for the video list. That will be a playback and just stalling for time. There it is. There it is, the results after the first two groups. 4 more groups to come. Mark, as we go to the ice resurfacing break, what can we enjoy?
Well, I don't know if we'll enjoy it, but you certainly get to see a day with the commentators. That is Mr. Ted Barton and
Mr. Kiltman,
Mr.
superhero Kiltman. You got to watch this. It's a lot of fun. Go ahead.
So tune in for the antics that we undertook in Gdansk last week, and then look at the winner of Bangkok, Ami Nakai, and the interview that she took just after that win. Then the world's promo for Montreal World Championships in March 2024. And then finally the interview with Jia Shin after her win in Linz in Austria.
Great lineup. Hope you enjoy it. We'll be back right after this. Oh my God. Kilt boys working out. Jeez. Oh my God. What do I got to contend with here? First of all, half my age, doing pull-ups, pointed toes.
I can't extend too much in this.
With this kilt. Beauty before age. Beauty before age. Focus on the young guy. Yeah, get the young guy. Okay, yes. I think we just get our location set up and paper set up. Maybe we, in some cases, both of us interview
That'd be nice.
like the champion. That'd be kind of
Yeah,
cool.
that'd be nice.
Yeah, we haven't done that before.
Because I think now with the height from
They'd
when
probably going, what did you say? You're acting. Exactly. Here is the Swiss timing crew. These
Yeah.
guys are silent, right? But they are.
Where's camera?
They're incredible. Incredible. I've been working with Thomas for how many years? Huh?
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years. These guys, these are family. Welcome to our home.
the one before?
It's also doubles as a gym, as a family meal table.
Yeah. It's the workout room.
People think that we are by ringside and watch this, but we don't. We actually watch here because we only want to comment on what other people see. So if we're not watching what they're watching, then we're commenting on something they can't see. So having a nice big screen like that.
This is good.
Oh, this is really good.
This is
really
big.
good. And then we have got our little audio things. Turn the mic off.
Turn Mark off.
Day one here in Gdansk. Mark Conradi live. Finally live. I'll put you on where you're not supposed to be on.
There was one day last week when I was talking away to you and then you said Mark. I was like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome everyone to Gdansk, Poland. Week number 6 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix as we do a flyover of the Olympia Arena. And I don't have to reach out and say, Mark, are you there? Mark, you are here.
It'd be
Welcome.
a real problem if I didn't speak to you now when we're sitting right beside each other.
You going for tea?
Yeah, I'll come.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this day in the life of or whatever this thing is. I'm a little annoyed that this guy's following us here. What do you think, Mark?
This is we've got
It can't be who we are.
our own designated path.
Yeah. let's move fast.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's move fast. It's gonna follow us. You don't need any more caffeine there, buddy. Enough energy as it is.
He's wired.
You don't want that voice to go any higher.
Rein it in, and ready, rein it in.
So how do we want to do this thing?
I really like this, like that. Oh, should we do this? Like.
Oh yeah. No, wait a minute. That's kind of weird, but okay. Beautiful. Thank you. That's it. That's our beauty shots.
Yeah, done. We have to have a like a.
The champions. The champions. Up tomorrow will be the rhythm dance. You're going to be bright and ready for that, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That'll start at 10:30 local time here in Gdansk. I'm running to the little boys' room, so I'm taking the mic off.
Yeah.
There's only so far you could go. I would like you to tell the audience what you prepared for dinner. Not yours, because it's all vegetables.
This is my wedgie meal. I mean, do you use the word wedgie? Like-
Yes, but not in that in English.
Like
I'm
a-
sorry. Yes.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
What it is.
I'm having a wedgie
Nothing to
today.
do- Oh my God. Okay, good thing they edit this because
Don't edit any of it. It's all
completely
good
not
content.
permissible. What we got here? Oh, a little gnocchi.
Ah, a little bit of gnocchi from the Italians.
Well, you can have my vegetables. Oh my gosh.
Come on, you need to try harder.
What is that? Is that a man purse that you have there hanging out? I mean, what is that? You trying to show me up here? Not hard.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, this is a star.
I know. It's my turn. Yeah, there you go.
Just trying to compete, you know?
Here.
I should say to people, I should tell people that, see, they've all gone quiet now. That's the.
Okay, is that a film?
Is he from real? Is that real?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
I need to find the pair team. The pair team! I'm wearing it for the pair team. They're from Dundee.
Now you have the reason.
I have a reason! I have a reason!
Okay.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, that was after you put it on.
Okay. Hey.
You're very welcome.
Hey.
You're very welcome.
The power of
If you weren't here, that would not have happened.
Okay.
For all of us here at the ISU, and for Mark Conradi, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you for watching. Make sure you join us tomorrow for the Rhythm Dance. Hey. My ears are hot.
Yeah, me too. So we tend to be one of the first in ahead of the officials and pretty much always the last out.
What's your point?
I want empathy from the.
There's no empathy, especially when you're laughing, having fun at doing something.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna feel sorry for us. So look over there and say goodnight to our folks that are watching this. We hope you enjoyed a day with Mark Kiltman. He's a superhero, Kiltman. Anyways, that's a fun day with Ted and Mark. We love what we do. We love the juniors, and we hope that you got a little insight into the insanity of both of us. Sorry about that. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Here in Bangkok with the champion, the women's champion in the week one of the Junior Grand Prix, Ami Nakai from Japan, of course, Coach Nakata as well along with her. I wanted to ask Ami how she felt about her performance overall today.
そうですね、フリーでは冒頭のトリプルアクセルパンクしてしまったので、次のジュニアグランプリでは着氷できるように頑張りたいです。
I was watching the practices all day today, and she had difficulty with the triple axel during the practice, but it didn't bother her the rest of the way throughout the program. How did she get over that first disappointment in the triple axel?
失敗しても次から気持ちを切り返す気持ちを一から作り直したので、それが良かったのかなって思います。
Ami, you're such a beautiful skater and you have a really bright future, and it was amazing to keep your focus throughout that program. What are you going to work on between now and the next Junior Grand Prix?
トリプルアクセルの安定感ともっといい表現ができるように頑張りたいです。
Well, you're a wonderful skater. So much enjoyment you bring to the fans, and we love watching you skate. Congratulations on your win here. And what competition will you be going to now?
3戦目のトルコの試合です。
So we'll see you in Istanbul. The champion here in Bangkok, Ami Nakai of Japan, takes the title. Here in Linz, Austria, with the women's champion, Jia Shin of Korea, who won the event by over 30 points. Just an incredible skate. Congratulations. And I wanted to ask you how you felt about your performance today.
오늘 경기를 하면서 실수가 몇 개 있었는데 그래도 잘 마무리할 수 있어서 되게 좋았고 그래도 괜찮은 점수를 받은 것 같아서 기분이 좋았어요.
We love watching her skate. I mean, she's so beautiful. It's just amazing how efficient and how beautiful her skating is and how consistent it is. But I want to ask her, what is it that she loves about figure skating?
대회 때는 긴장은 되지만 그래도 제가 연습하던 대로 하려고 하고 있고 더 즐기려고 노력하는 것 같아요.
You certainly look like you enjoy it in performance, and we love watching you skate. You're absolutely spectacular. Congratulations on the win here in Linz. Does she know where she's going to the next competition?
저는 다음 그랑프리는 5차 헝가리 부다페스트에서 하는 대회를 갈 겁니다.
Well, we were looking forward to watching you skate once again in Budapest. Congratulations on such a beautiful performance. Jia Shen, the champion here in Linz. Welcome back, everyone, to Yerevan in Armenia. Day 2 of competition, the women's free program. I'm Ted Bart along with Mark Hanreddy. Group number 3 on the ice for their warm-up as we move along in this event and also in the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, heading ever closer to the conclusion of what will be
the curtain closing. Exactly. It's been a lot of fun, no question, Mark, and this is the first time. Of course, last year we worked together for, I think it was 2 weeks or a week and a half or whatever it was in Gdansk, right? And this year we've been together for these 2 weeks, but working remotely as well, which works extremely well. You in your elaborate garage studio, and me at home as well, and so it's been interesting. The technologies allow us to follow the skaters no matter where we are, and of course the ISU's had one of us at the event, at the side event, which we really enjoy, of course. And so we want to thank all the viewers and the fans for following the event and supporting these athletes over the last 7 weeks. Of course, we still have the rest of this event and all day tomorrow as well in the Junior Grand Prix final in Beijing. But it's been a lot of fun, and we feel such an important environment for the future of skating, and we are privileged, really, and honored, feel huge responsibility to support this community, and we thank all the viewers for also their great support as well.
Yeah, there's just no doubt that we have, somewhat self-imposed or self-pressurized responsibility to reflect the hard work that goes into these athletes, and I'm just so conscious that every single one of the 34 women competing in this women's free skate will have given their life to it. So much of their life, energy, and chi goes into their free skating.
And that leads to a question actually that was brought up about from a mom of a skater that was struggling, had some anxiety, and has just not been able to do what she was able to do before.
Yeah.
And, that's an interesting, very difficult topic. I think most of the skaters do at a certain time have anxiety, being young and being able to produce all these elements, and then all of a sudden competition, it doesn't work, and you grow up and you change, all that stuff. The question, though, was, well, what is your best advice around that? There is no pure science that can fix any of that. Usually time does, and experiences, of course, always support, always love, in a positive environment. They will find their way if they feel they're in a safe environment. They will discover who they can be in time at different stages, some early on, some later on, some much later on in life.
Yeah.
That was me, I haven't even found myself yet. But, I think that's the important thing, is to always be there with support. This is a sport that requires discipline, whether it's self-discipline or discipline helped and supported by a good community of coaches and family and whatnot. And it's very difficult. There will be highs and there will be lows. Mm-hmm. And so as long as they feel they're in a good, safe, encouraging, supportive environment, I think that will help them over that hump. But it does take time.
And I think the sport does tend to magnify some of the challenges that any human will go through when they're going through adolescence and going through puberty changes and hormonal changes. And so under the spotlight of being a figure skater in this giant 60 by 30 meter arena, sometimes it's a challenge to suppress all those changes that you're going on while still endeavoring to perform and ooze, presentation.
I think the other thing is never to feel like you have to go to the rink. You only should feel like you want to go to the rink. Okay, sometimes you feel I have to go, but you're still kind of wanting to go, right?
Yes.
And sometimes a break is good, and you need to get away. That happened to me before, that Olympic year. I broke my foot and the whole thing, and I needed time away, but I didn't know it, and that forced me to take time away. To keep things in perspective, yes, it was a difficult time, but it allowed me to say, no, I love this. I love this. I want to go back to it. I want to go back. Because it becomes such a routine. Don't you think it becomes such a routine in these young people's lives that they don't know what to do without it? And then it becomes a burden because it's just they don't know what to do. And then you take a step away and you say, no, wait a minute. I like doing this. I want to be there.
Yeah. So true. And I see so many skaters post-competitive career a decade or so later, some that maybe go on and then they have families of their own and then they rekindle, or not necessarily rekindle, but rediscover their love for gliding. And it's that love for gliding and skating that gets everybody into the sport.
And, it's interesting. We've talked about this in the past. Some people leave the sport bitter. Not sure why. Maybe because their expectations were higher than the realities, or they had an injury, or something happened and they're not happy because they feel the sport did something to them. In fact, life does something to you. You just have to travel through that. Generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, those people want to come back at some point. It might take a year, 2, 3, 4, 5, as an official, as a coach, as a volunteer, whatever the case may be. Once you've had the incredible sensation of gliding on ice and performing the music, it's in your blood and it will never go away. You might be a little frustrated here or mad here, whatever the case may be. That's just life. But it is a sensation you never forget.
And how wonderful if then that can be rekindled either as an official or a volunteer, or then the adult skating community, which is ever growing. And I'm fascinating to hear. I heard recently of a former world champion in ice dance from perhaps the 60s that's now skating as an adult skater, rekindling it decades later. Yeah, it is. Well, that doesn't maybe answer your question perfectly. It's natural, it's normal, it's just human nature to go through those times when there's some anxiety. We go through that even when we commentate at times, right? Yeah. So I wish I had the perfect answer. We don't, but there's some experiences as we get started. And we'll talk more. Mark, I know you were just taking a breath into say something. Much to say on the matter. Yeah.
We do. It's interesting. We've all been through it.
Next to skate, representing Bulgaria.
Our first competitor in group number 3, 13-year-old Leah Lubenova from Bulgaria, first Junior Grand Prix season, second event, 20th after the short program, 76.83. She'll need that to take the lead, but 84.41 is her personal best, so she can do it. And she'll take the starting position to skate to My Love Will Never Die in Mephisto's Lullaby.
Thirteen-year-old Leah Lyubenova demonstrating a real fitness in her program. She doesn't look remotely fatigued, and that final triple salto testament to the amount of training and run-throughs she must have done in preparation for this, her second Junior Grand Prix of the season.
Well, this was a very solid performance. That one big mistake of the fall, but other than that, where this young woman is at in her development, really solid. We see the triple lutz at the top of the program.
She's fortunate there with the call.
Yeah, she got the call good. And following up here with the triple loop. Traveling 3 turns up into the triple loop all the way around. That was nicely done. Triple toe loop, a little dragging the free leg in there. Going to want to carry a lot more flow through that, you know, in the coming years. It's a double axel, Euler, and triple salchow. It's surprising me. I thought she was just going to do the double, but she pushed high enough. There's that change of edge. Really nicely done. Intermediate position there. And then a little hop over into the back set. This comes in level 4. The end of the program.
And there was some good transition work. The Euler into the back drag. Nice spread eagle. So seemingly an all-rounded, well-rounded skater. She hasn't attempted the triple flip here, but she did stick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She attempted 6 triples in the program. And she turns 14 next Tuesday. So at this stage, looking like she's on target for a successful junior career.
And she looks like, I think it was not the, I don't know if it's the right word or not, but she looks controlled. You know, I was thinking like she's putting her body in the right position to be successful in the takeoffs to the jump. So she's not too up. Now that means a little slower perhaps at this moment, the stage, but that's okay because she's gaining confidence that she can do it. And then as she adds a little bit of momentum, she'll let the momentum take over and help her. But she looks like a very thoughtful skater, very well organized. She might be very tidy in her room at home. I don't know. You know,
you
very
sense
tidy.
she is conscientious.
You sense she's very tidy with all her organization in life. Now, her parents might be sitting at home and say, "What are you talking about?" I
We
don't
wish.
know. I don't know, but she was well under control throughout this program and did a great job. 81.41 for Leah. That's second in the free program with a total competition score of 124.55. And that'll put Leah currently into first place. Our next competitor represents Croatia, Lena Kusak. 15 years old, 19th after the short program. And she'll need an 81.36. 78.33 is her personal best. Season's best this year. And she'll skate the free program to Ex Genesis Symphony Part 3 by Muse.
Lena Chusak from Croatia. It was not the optimal performance, but credit here now to her coach, because partway through the performance, after a pop triple flip into single, you could see the enthusiasm and vigor and energy her coach directed at her, and that seemed to take her down to the other side of the rink and turn the next triple salto double toe. And you sense again the connection between coach and skater doing all they possibly can rinkside to encourage their charge.
Yeah, and I think she got a little bit fatigued after before the double lots near the end of the program, a little earlier than that. In fact, good triple flip on a lean a little bit, has to step out of it to start the program, comes back down the ice. Nice triple salchow, high free leg on that, double toe, double loop, gets the 3-jump combination started. Watch the arms lifting up into there. Good double axle mechanics. Didn't work so well in the second one, but here's the triple salchow, double toe loop a little bit later. Fatigue started to set in here. Then we had
missing that catch.
Just missing the catch with the blade. Slows it right down. Hard to keep that momentum going. You're just trying to get the revolutions required. She did well. Yeah, exactly. Level 2 only, though. Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I know Lena was desperately hoping to qualify, or is hoping to qualify for Junior Worlds in 2024. She needs 40 points for that. It won't happen here. She looks like she's about 37 points in the tech score here, but so much within that program which would easily close that gap way beyond 40 indeed, and you can see the disappointment now. But
I think if she can get a clean or close to clean program done, those points will be there. But that is the elusive goal of all these skaters. We've seen one or two, the easier programs with the doubles and whatnot, and they were the best you can do at the moment that you're at.
Yeah.
But when you start to add all those triples in there, more risk.
And then just you could see her coach so kindly and compassionately giving her information. At this point in time, it doesn't look like Lena's able to see that the desperation that she has to show her talent and her hard work is so frustrating at this point, because she wasn't able to do that.
Yeah.
The coach is electing now, okay, she's not hearing me right now, but she's in good hands, because I think when the time is right,
exactly,
that coach will be able to help give that
Sometimes
context.
No words are the best words. And you want your brain started. I want to say. You say, no, don't say anything. Just be quiet. Just be quiet. Let them sort this out. That you already know they feel bad, so you don't want to add anything. At the same time, you want to try to slowly set the table to put this behind and to learn from it as you move forward. And that is the art of coaching, really, competitive coaching, anyways.
And our choreographer, one of our choreographers, Adam Sawyer, who worked with her on the short program, and said how he's seen the evolution in Lena Chusak, how she's learning to move differently and reacting to different ideas and concepts. So she's obviously getting really good information. She's improving both the PCS score, the tech score. Just she's on a journey.
Well, every skater comes in there with the vision of skating to the perfect program, and when it starts to deteriorate, is how do you handle that? How do you keep one mistake down just to one, right?
Yeah.
That is a part of this journey which no one really tells you about. You say, yeah, I get it, I'll be fine. But once you go through it and you start feeling it, people react differently. But coping with that disappointment and adapting, as you need to do all the time, is a skill. It's learned.
Sending a big hug to Lena at the moment.
Yeah, 71.05. That is fourth in the free program with a 114.25, and that'll put Lena currently into third place at this stage of the competition. Our next competitor represents Poland, 14-year-old Alexandra Janikowska, 23rd after the short program. And we'll need an 84.21 to take the lead, 72.54 personal best. Skating to Hallelujah.
14-year-old Aleksandra Janikowska from Poland, and her two most difficult technical elements in the program were her best. Two triple lutzes that were really solid and really comfortable.
Yeah, a little bit more of a technical skater than a performance skater at this moment, or a PC skater, you know, working that technique. Did a great job. Didn't land the lutz, I don't think, in the short program. That big, long inside edge, which is totally unique to her. You don't see that any other skater on the triple lutz enters. Nice triple toe loop, step, double axel. Gets free leg back, double toe loop. Good opening, 3-jump combination. Well executed. He has that big, long inside edge. Quickly, watch right here. Quickly flips over to the outside. Pick goes in. Gets the torque to get up into the triple toe loop, followed by a double. Nice. Well done. Unusual, but nice. Here's the second one. Same thing, back inside. Quick to the outside. Gets jump done. They needed to get that outside edge. That's the way they got it. Nobody said you had to do it.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Wonder what the coach's philosophy was and the different ways in which skaters can find what works for them.
Interesting. It would be interested to talk to them. Say, well, how did you discover that? Why did you do it that way? Might see more skaters now doing that. Who knows?
Yeah, it's been our best job.
Yeah, great job. Now, personal best is 72.54, so we should see a higher score, a new season's best tonight as the scores start to come in.
And at this point now for Aleksandra, she's obviously skated and represented herself and the Polish Skating Federation well here. She returns, and I'm sure the focus will be then on considering triple loop and triple flip, those triples which she didn't use here, but hopefully also a mindfulness of those component scores, which at the moment, as you rightly pointed out, the PCS not seemingly her strength or her priority.
At this point, yeah.
They're in the fours, but she had triple loops, which was, you know, plus G, oh, it's base value.
And I think back to the great Don Jackson, who's then the first triple lutz in competition, 1962, and now, not everybody, but a lot of people just doing the triple lutz. I just knock this off, right?
Get it done.
But at the time, it was earth-shattering that a triple lutz was skated in competition 1962 in Prague. Because he won the world championship that year, and so that was the first triple lutz in competition. It was huge.
He looked like he could have made a quad. If
it was huge. Yeah. You know, they didn't know. They didn't explore space. As much he did. But interesting.
I wonder how many of the skaters know that the history of that jump is one that's 60 years in competition now.
Let's take a look at free program scores for Aleksandra Janikowska. Season best 78.37, and that will put her currently to third place with a 118.72. Total competition score not of approval from the coach, and she'll be, for the moment at least, in third place. There's a look at your top 5 skaters of the leaderboard so far in the competition. Our next competitor represents Austria, 16-year-old Flora Maria Schaller, second Junior Grand Prix season, second event, 21st in Linz, week 2 on the Junior Grand Prix. 22nd here after the short program. She'll need an 83.90. Personal best is 81.16, so just needs a couple more points to be able to take the lead. Should she be able to skate a nice, strong program here. Skating to stranger things and run up that hill.
16-year-old Flora Marie Schaller from Austria. Such a contrast to her short program. And this, a skater who, although doesn't have as many triple jumps planned in her technical plan program content, pushes the component scores higher than any that we have seen of the competition so far.
Such a strong athlete. There's no question. Some of those jumps, many would not land, but she is able, with her strong body core and the quick free leg, to check it out. Now, there's not a lot of distance covered in the jumps across the ice. Not a lot of speed coming out of it yet, but very strong. Triple loop on the outside. This got way out on the takeoff outside the circle. Couldn't control that one, of course. And as she comes down the ice for the triple toe loop, a little bit later, gets good lift. And you can see the landing is a little bit on a tight curve. This is a nice double Lutz, double loop a little bit later in the program. This is great entrance. Look at the speed she has after that toe Arabian. Wow, great sit position as well. Loss of balance on that camel spin, grabs the free legs, able to maintain or pick up a little bit of speed here, holds it for 8. That would be a feature. And then into the back, camel grabs the blade, which is a feature, and the position as well. So that change Campbell's with Barbie gets a level 4 because she was strong enough to regain that free foot and continue to spin.
And smart enough and well enough trained to know she needed to stay there, despite the mistake, despite the fact she might have to spend a little longer in the spin musically to guarantee that level. And all 3 spins coming in at level 4 with all 3 of them a positive grade of execution as well.
Yeah, and that's such a good point, Mark, about getting behind the music. And, how do you match, once you get behind a little bit, how do you catch up to it, right? While you're still concentrating on technical elements. 79.16. That is third in the free program for Flora Marie Schaller, 119.82. And that will put her currently, for the moment, into third place.
Flora said she was thrilled to come here and see other skaters perform. And now she can sit back and enjoy them.
There you go.
Smart.
Our next competitor represents the Philippines, 18-year-old Catherine Lekembike. First Junior Grand Prix event. She's going to need an 84.82 to take the lead.
Catherine Limkikai representing the Philippines in that opening triple lutz was ginormous. It was so impressive, and then unfortunately so many mistakes throughout the program, but she didn't appear to ever give up the fight. The double axel sequence at the end, valiant effort but painful fall.
This is a lovely skater.
Yes.
Catherine's a lovely skater. It took took a couple hard falls in the program. We'll take a look at some of the elements. Look at that beautiful lift from the triple lutz. So that the technique is awesome. There's a triple flip, too far back on the heel. Free leg is in front, has to flip out of it to save it, keep on her feet. So we see the triple Salchow. Maybe a little under, it's being looked at. It is under rotated in the system, I think, but here's the second triple lutz. Look at the height in that, but gets too far back on the heel once again, and the free leg stuck in front. Double axel, watch the lift way up in the air. Okay, pulls around the corner, but this goes off angle. You can see the left foot slip out from underneath her as to take a hard fall right at the end of the program.
And having seen the short program for Catherine and seeing that it was a double flip, double toe, she wanted the triple flip in the short, you sense that the motivation today was to rotate, to just really make sure that she committed to the rotation. And that was indeed what was valiant as the program went on, that she continued to fight for rotation. And obviously, the triple lutz at the beginning demonstrates that she's got not just the ability to land them, but the ability to land them well.
And there's a good indication of a skater who has all the qualities to really start to push up, compete, but you got to skate clean, or pretty close to clean. 71.49 for Catherine. That is 6th in the free program with 111.23 for an overall position of 6th at the moment. Lovely skater, tough day.
Yep. Listening intently to her coach, Mila Jaskalainen as well.
Such a nice guy.
Next skate representing Hungary.
Our next competitor represents Hungary, 14-year-old Lena Ecker. First Junior Grand Prix season, second event this fall, 16th in Linz, week number 2, 21st here after the short program. She'll need an 83.10, and her personal best is 80.12. She can do it. She's going to have a great program. She'll skate for Table for Two and Song for the Little Sparrow.
Lena Ecker from Hungary, you can see the visible disappointment and the fall within the choreo sequence, I think, will be deeply frustrating for her, but such an elegant, beautiful skater, and the opening would have looked right at home in the top group.
No, this was so, I didn't know how to verbalize. I was thinking about this. I was going to say this is so disappointing, but not for her, but for me, because I know how good she can be, how good she is. She's beautiful posture, wonderful extensions, lovely class and style. This was not a good day at the office. You know, some copy machine was not working. There were just some things that were going off. Let's take a look here at the triple Lutz. Nice and straight and tight in the air, but has to break to save it. This is an under rotation, of course, in the system as well. Let's take a look here in the triple Salchow. Watch the landing. That was nice and clean and clear. Patience up into the double axel. Arms back, pull her up. Gets the double axel done. Good. But it's still a little bit of a struggle. Second triple Salchow. Euler into double Salchow, gets that, and works hard to get it done. There's the triple toe loop a little bit later, a little bit forward on the landing, but gets up into the double toe loop. You can see not a lot of flow across the ice mark, and you know, this is GOE. This losing just scores. Here's just a little hop and disappointment coming to the boards.
It was like she tried to change the angle. You could see her eyes resonate that the pattern she was on maybe wasn't optimal, and then just struggling. But so refined, and she has a refinement and elegance that is above the scores that she's going to get, and you sense that her presentation is so good, but the judges, when there are mistakes like that and they impact her impact to that fall, took so long that it just sees the presentation score plummet. But you know, we heart your quality of movement, Lena, and look forward to seeing you progress.
Absolutely. You have it. This was not a good day. We cannot avoid that. You're not happy. Natural.
No, yeah.
Right? But brighter days are yet to come.
The scores, please.
Really? Because you're good.
From Hungary has earned free
But a tough day. 76.51 for Lena Ecker from Hungary. That's fifth in the free program with a 117.97. And that'll put Lena currently overall, at least for the moment, into fifth place. Okay, there's a lot of coaches at the boards. I guess it's the next group coming up as we take a look at the standings so far.
skaters may now take the ice for 6 minutes more.
Group number 4 coming onto the ice. Slowly moving our way through this, Mark.
Yeah.
There's a look at the start order.
Look how close those 6
no
skaters are.
Wow. Yeah, a lot can happen in this group. Lots of change. Okay, let's see. We've got some questions here.
Well, the questions, we've got to thank Eliana Peel, the Americanized dancer, currently in second place.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, is there any question you wish someone to ask? No, you're asking them.
I saw this message come through, Ted, from the social media team. Is there any question that you wish someone would ask you from @CrystalBallSophia? And I was thinking, oh gosh, we've had so many brilliant questions. Is there anything that I could think of that I would like to be asked? You know, it made me think randomly. Maybe I'm going to go off piste.
Down the old rabbit hole. Here
we go.
No.
Put my big size 10s on and let's jump in. I actually, weirdly, don't want any questions necessarily that haven't been asked. I watch these skaters, I see and we comment on them, and actually what I would love to do, it's never going to happen, it's just logistically impossible, but seeing them and wanting to see, because I tend to prioritize my time on the program component scores, I'd love to take edge class with all these skaters and give our thanks in an edge class at the end of the event and lead them through an edge class and see.
Okay, so you don't mean take the edge class, you mean give the edge class.
Give the edge class, yeah.
Okay, there you go. We got to clarify your English here, okay? Bloody Scots. Okay, so give an edge class.
Yeah, and just give, you know,
enjoy the blade.
Enjoy the blade, share the ice with them all, and almost give them like a celebration of gliding and maybe a little bit of information to help improve those component scores. But yeah, I think that I'd love to see a celebration for all the skaters and thanks to them for all that they do for us to enjoy.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so was that a question that you wanted?
I want somebody to ask me to give them an edge class.
Okay, there you go. Okay. What's your favorite country that we've traveled to, that you have traveled to?
My favorite country that I've traveled to, talked about it before, with skating, not necessarily a favorite country to be in, but favorite experience was being in North Korea.
Okay. Okay, I'm glad you qualified that. Said not necessarily the nicest country to be in. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was an interesting answer, and probably very true. Fascinating. part of the world, mystery and all that kind of.
And I think that, all the skaters that we're watching now, I hope that some of them have had the chance to experience Yerevan, but what skating gives us and what being a skater gives you at this level of competition to experience culture in different nations is mega cool.
Okay, the other question, should Team USA show you some dance moves? Yeah, absolutely. We got to get them on the camera here. I don't know where they are, but we'll put them up at the board at some point, and you better keep an eye on the board.
Oh,
I
thought Eliana was suggesting that she would come in here and teach you some dance moves, get you on TikTok, Ted.
Yeah, bring a walker as well. A wheelchair after? Okay, no problem. I'm just kidding. Okay, can you give Team USA specifically, Liana and Sherry and Lisa, the tour of the setup? Yeah, it's a look into the room. Yeah, hey, it's something we should set up at times and let the skaters come by and see where we work.
To be honest, we're not opposed to the idea of during a warm-up getting a skater to get on a headset and chatting through a little bit of what they're doing. The only problem would be if we then have 101 skaters.
Yeah, there you go. Now, you have just opened a huge door
what
here.
What have I done?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we only have one more day, so we're okay. But not a bad idea for next year. Okay, what else we got in here? Anything, Mark?
I think just a continuation on a question that was asked earlier in regards to hints or tips on how to stay calm before a competition or during training when things go wrong. And I think increasingly as we watch an amazing example, Nicole Goosen, the coach with Julia van Dijk from the Netherlands now, the mental training that we see in sport, not just in figure skating, but in sport worldwide, is increasingly common and popular, and the psychology of sport is something that is increasingly tapped into. And I know that some federations who have lots of revenue and funding do add that as another factor and feature in the team setup for the skaters. Now, that's not something that certainly the Skating Federation I come from can offer because of finances. But skaters, there are so many tools online, and we know we've referenced about the importance and the value of the skaters of using online training tools for the physical aspects of their sport, but they can also tap into lots of visualization tools, sports psychology tools that can enhance their preparation mentally, because there's no doubt.
Yeah, no question. And I think people, if it is in your nature to be a happy person and you bring your happiness to everything you do in life, even when it's a challenge, you're not going to have the depth of trouble necessarily, because you can put things in perspective. It's just skating. Yeah. I love to go to the rink. I love to skate and having a bad day. Okay, park it, leave it behind, get on to the next day, try to figure out what's going wrong. I know that sounds simple.
Yeah.
Especially when you're growing up and you're going through all sorts of different things with high schools and all that kind of stuff. It's very complicated. So, but this is a beautiful sport, and we hope that you enjoy it as you work hard in a cold practice rink.
Yeah.
And we hope you enjoy it when you're at competition, and we hope you enjoy it even on the bad days, and we hope you love it on the great days you get to celebrate. So, if you try to keep, and I know the coaches try to keep, and the parents try to keep things in perspective, for your reason why you're here, because you love to skate. You love to skate every day when you learned it, and you wanted more.
Almost giving the skater that, although that sounds very harsh to give the skater the ultimatum, if you're finding training hard and you're finding it difficult to maintain optimism, positivity, or jollity, well, if we were to extract skating from your life, would you be happier, jollier? And then that sometimes might in turn make the skater realize, oh no, as dark and challenging as this is, I'd rather have it in my life.
I like the word jolly.
Jolly.
I mean, we only use jolly for Santa Claus. Like, Santa Claus is really jolly, but you used it just as a skater. Like, you're a jolly skater. You're a jolly commentator. Okay, here we go.
Let's hope Sophia Stepchenko is jolly after this next 3.5 minutes. Oh, wow. The coach is intensely, passionately.
Well, focus, you can see the moment of concentration and alignment, mind and body together. 16-year-old Sophia Stepchenko from Latvia, second Junior Grand Prix season, second event, finishing 6th. Good placement in Istanbul, 78.33. She'll need that to take the lead. She has a 100.63 personal best in Istanbul. Certainly has all the skills to take the lead. We'll find out right now.
Latvia's Sofia Stepchenko, an experienced and incredibly strong skater. She's obviously got a jump quality that is effortless when it works. I sense that, having known that she's competed on the seniors, I don't know if that influences my impression, but you sense that she's a little fatigued and just looks like she's ticking boxes as she goes through the program, perhaps just trying to secure what she knows she's capable of in practice, not in the moment.
And I still maintain, if you're in juniors and you've gone to seniors and you come back to juniors, that does not help you psychologically. Beautiful, beautiful triple flip, double toe loop. As you said, I love this young woman's jump technique. It's so solid. Great knees, pushes way high. Look at the quality of that triple lutz. Up into the double axel. Still has enough to push down low and up to get the second one done. Has to save it. And then comes down the ice for triple soccer. Watch the exit here. Watch the exit mark. Back change of edge with a little turn. Very cool. Didn't have to do it, but did it for a transition coming out. Triple lutz a little bit later in the program. Solid. Wonderful, wonderful jump technique. Not connected to the music yet.
No, and she's competed at the World Championships and made the free skate in the World Championships, so that's an indication of the quality she has. The speed, the flow, the glide, the skating skills will be positive. You hope that, we talked about how every skater so desperately aspires for that clean skate, and as the season progresses, Sofia, I hope, will be able to replicate all the jumps that she has intended. Hopefully, though, as the season progresses, she still is mindful of that presentation component score so that she's not dropping points that are comparatively easy.
Yeah, and I think it's hard, even though it's still a run-through. I think it's difficult going back to juniors after you've been in seniors. It's exciting as you graduate, you move up, and then you go back. Okay, I'm going to do my program, but it's not the same.
No.
And I think, I don't know, could be totally wrong. I just sense that in some of the athletes. Let's take a look at the free program score, 93.78. Pretty good score for Sofia. That is first in the free program with a 140.01, and that will put her, for the moment, into first place. 7 points shy of her season's best with a mistake. She had a couple pop jumps. You can see she's not entirely happy with the skate. But, again, even so, some more experience gained. Our next competitor represents Lithuania, Gabriel Žiskait. Season's best 82.78. She'll skate to Donna Faith.
Wow. Well, a week ago, Gabrielle just skated from Lithuania, landed 4 triples in her free skate. Today she's landed 7, and you can see from the green boxes, not just landing them, but landing them comfortably and confidently.
All I've got to say is watch out for this skater as she continues to, grow and mature. Just amazing when she moves into seniors. Watch out. Look at that triple Lutz. Absolutely clear and clean. Steps up into the double axel, uses the arms and the free leg to snap her into rotation. Resets herself, gets the second double axel. Here's the triple flip. Straight, fast, and tight in the air. Beautiful. A little bit leaning forward. You want to stretch that landing out a little bit better for the GOEs. There's a triple loop. Solid technique is so good
And
getting
so
into
clean.
rotation.
No question on the rotation, just pristinely clean.
No, exactly. And she's very quick off the ice. You watch this takeoff here and pops right up into the air near the end of the program, that triple Lutz. So what a solid technical skate. But also, you saw a little bit, not a lot yet, a little bit of connection with the music. Look at that spin. Just beautiful side position, back position. Watch the Beelman. Bird cage. Picks up speed. Fabulous.
This is going to be a huge improvement on the 82 points from just a week ago. And now moving forward, the only element that's got a minus GOE is the choreo sequence. So that sends a message home about, where she can move forward. And a skate as brilliantly clean as this is, gives it now, and with positive GOE in the jumping pass, it says, okay,
now
maintain that and go.
She's 13 years old, but she looks older. Sorry, she skates older, with more maturity and super, super talent.
So just
fun to watch.
Yeah, exciting prospect. And now she can delve deep into the skating skills. If she can manage to maintain 7 triple free skates, just PCS, PCS, and a triple.
Yeah,
she's
exactly.
good.
When she adds more edge work and more transitions, if you will, a little bit and a lot more connection with the music, perhaps. But you can see it's in her. It's just not there yet because she's concentrated on the technical. But wow, what a great skate.
And technical score of 58.
Wow.
That's pretty monstrous.
Yeah, and the PCs are in the 4s right now. She needs to move, well, one is the skating skills at 5.46. She needs to move those all up into the 5s. That'll be great. There it is, season best, 99.06. And she's going, whoa, that's pretty good, with a 144.31 for the competition. Gabrielle Jaskate from Lithuania takes over the lead. Thrilled.
Congrats.
So she should
exciting.
be.
Yeah.
Great job. Back-to-back weeks kind of worked in her favor. Our next competitor represents the Netherlands, 17-year-old Julia van Dijk, second Junior Grand Prix season, second event, 21st in Osaka, Japan, week number 4. 14th year after the short program, 99.06. She'll need that to take the lead. Season's best, 66.85. Skating to the Storm by Havasi.
Julia van Dijk from the Netherlands, and obviously it's a disappointing performance. There are 4 falls, but I get quite excited about this skater because she's so strong and so powerful. And I think when she does get that elusive clean skate, she has the potential to, like I say, excites me, her strength and power now, and that's with a bad skate.
Yeah, and I think that you could see she was just not centered on almost any, even the ones that she landed, she was not centered on the takeoff. Triple lats on a lean, can't get the body weight over top the landing foot. Triple salchow, she manages to pull this one out, gets the free leg back up into the double toe. So that kind of worked out. That was the only jump that kind of did. There's the second triple salchow, hangs onto that edge, and pushes up into the double axe. She's so strong.
So strong.
You know, and it's so fun to watch her skate. She's exciting to watch her skate, but also you've got to get a little bit more control. And you know, you love to use momentum, and you need to, but don't let momentum control you. You need to control the momentum. And so I think in this case, momentum and power controlled her.
Yeah.
Not well, you know, for tonight at least, anyways, right?
And she had that same, you know, the opening triple flip was the same kind of carbon copy result as in the short program, but the height and length.
Oh yeah.
Has the potential when they're landed to be very positive grade of execution. But you can see Nicole Goossens just having to work hard here to make it's easy for us to say that, but right now Julia, who works so hard, just thinks, oh man, 4 falls.
Yeah, it's frustrating because when you have that much power, I was a power skater, that's what I was, and so you thought you could do it with the power. You'll make it work one way or another. In practice you can, but in competition, especially under some fatigue, all of a sudden you don't have the same amount of power, and you certainly don't have the same amount of control. So then it gets away from you.
And I'm not sure, I don't know the ins and outs of Julia's training, but you sense that her desire to do well muscles the jump a little bit hard, maybe too much energy, too much effort.
Right.
And it seems so frustrating to think, my passionate energy and effort isn't being rewarded. You know, she could taper that energy a little bit, channel it a little differently, and perhaps get a much better score. And that seems,
I think that is a very good analysis, Dr. Henready. Your assessment, yeah.
If only it was as easy as that, and I could just say to you, like, go and do your long program again.
No, I think it is. But you have that power that you want to use, just innate in her, really. It's what makes her an exciting skater, for sure. But learning to control that, because technique, timing with less power is going to be more efficient, right? So, but it's a hard thing to know, because your brain goes, come on, you can do this. You know?
What's great here is her coach, Nicole.
Yeah.
It knows that there aren't words. Yulia's obviously very clever, understands what is necessary.
Yulia is very smart. She's a very smart young woman. Yeah.
And Nicole just thinks, there's no point in me talking it through. She knows what's necessary. I'm just going to pat her knee every now and again and say, love you, respect you, I've got it for you.
Yep.
Let's get back home.
We'll discuss it later. Get back to work. Okay, she just broke that theory.
She's maybe saying, it's okay, we'll go home and have tea. It's all good.
I don't know. Do they drink tea in Netherlands as much as you guys do?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't really know.
What is it about tea? I mean, I like tea, but I mean, you guys go crazy for it.
It just, you know,
I think
everything's
it's addictive
better
for you.
with a cup of tea.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Let's take a look at the scores for Julia van Dijk in the Netherlands. 66.55. That's 13th in the free program with a 111.81. That's 9th overall. Julia, that's the score today, but that score can be huge because she's has great potential. Just needs to learn to control it.
Next to skate representing Slovenia.
Next competitor represents Slovenia, Julia Lovreček, second Junior Grand Prix season, first event this season. Sorry, not first event. 90.54 personal best in the free program.
Algunas veces los dioses te quitan lo que la suerte y el azar te han regalado. A veces el olvido se pierde ante recuerdos inborrables. A veces, solo a veces, las palmeras crecen.
Trozos de papel
Well, what a passionate and inspired skate for Julia Lovrencic from Slovenia. She was born in Madrid and skates to Palmeras on la Nieve from a film soundtrack of a Spanish story. So you suspect maybe her roots are being the inspiration for this free skate, and a really solid performance.
Yeah, nice, strong. I think she'll be very happy with that. You know, technically everything was pretty much there, and a little bit of connection with the music as well, as we get the one celebrity that's waving in the audience with a nice big hug to the coach coming off the ice. Let's take a look at some of the elements. Just triple lots, watch the landing at the top of the program. That is under-rotated in the judging system. And there's the double axel. Patience through the Euler into the double flip. Nicely done. And there's a little hop, a little half loop going into the triple Salchow a little bit later, into the double toe loop as well. Seemed to be really quick off the ice. Oh, I guess he pushed that twice. Into rotation. And, you know, nice, it folds nicely in the rotation.
Just wonder if the rotation issues are going to see this technical score diminish. She's efficient in rotation, maybe not enough pop and elevation just to guarantee full rotation.
Yeah, you're right. She's quick into rotation, good position, but maybe not enough air time all the time.
And, you know, sometimes as we saw triple triples becoming more evident, we saw a lot of skaters almost mindfully landing in a quarter to facilitate more flow and more drawback. And now, though, that'll be impacted upon in their grade of execution as she and her coach make a love heart sent back home. But you know what? Like, what I love is, irrespective of the score, she had a 90.58 at the Challenger Series this year, Nebelhorn Trophy. There was joy in that Ina Bauer, and in that cantilever, she was selling.
You know, skaters sometimes have their own personal goals, not a number related. It might be something in the program that we don't even really know about, because we're just looking at the jumps. It could be, you know, a spin, or it could be a connecting step that caused trouble before. I don't know what it is, but she came off the ice happy, right?
And maybe it's just the fact that, you know, she loves to do what she's just done, loves the platform to go and be an expressive athlete.
Yeah, and test herself. You know, that's the interesting thing. You put yourself out there. You're only the only one on the ice, so people are just looking at you.
You
right?
and only you.
Yeah.
I almost sense now, because we get an insight into what has gone in from the tech panel, I want that smile to stay there. I don't want her to see that clean skate to her was anything less than what happened at Nebelhorn Trophy. I just want to, you know, capture that moment of joy and satisfaction, and, you know, game over at this point. Like, you've done your job. You did your job to the best of your ability. Congrats.
Exactly. Yeah, it's sometimes a bit confusing for a skater who feels they might have skated better, but they might have a score that's a little lower, and they're not quite sure why until they look at the report card, right?
And actually, her components when she was at Nebelhorn were quite significantly higher, and sometimes that happens in a panel. Like we've said, consistency in the event is important, but her components here coming in at skating skills of 5.04, 5.7 at that event, sometimes that can just, this can happen.
Yep.
Well, she's certainly got lots of analysis in the kiss and cry.
Yeah. But it's nice to wear a big smile. That smile, young woman, is because of how you feel about your skate.
Yes.
Yeah. Keep that. Remember that, because it's not about the number. The number's important, and you're going to be happy sometimes and not happy other times. Let's take a look. The free program score, 81.82. That is fourth in the free program at this point with a 126.76, and that'll put Julia currently into third place at this stage of the competition. Oh, she says, okay.
Okay,
Quite sure
we're still
why.
happy, but that's okay.
Not quite sure why. I'm going to take a look at the result, or report card.
Next skate representing Hong Kong, China.
Our next competitor represents Hong Kong, 15-year-old Megan Wong. First Junior Grand Prix event, but sixth place finish in the Asian Open Bangkok just before the Junior Grand Prix week 1. Needs 99.61 to take the lead.
Well, Megan Wong from Hong Kong skates what I imagined is as well as she possibly could, and what was just gloriously entertaining to hear was the support from our coaches in and out of every element.
Yeah, you were going, who's speaking in the
Who's
background?
talking
It was
the whole
Who's the
time?
coach in the background? What a lovely skate for Megan Wong. I mean, that was solid. You could see a big smile coming off the ice. Let's see how she's greeted by the coach. Yeah, there you go. That was lovely. Ray, you know, there are some times, Mark, where you just can't make a mistake. You're just centered. You're feeling comfortable. You're feeling confident. You don't ask yourself too many questions. You just execute. And that's what happened to Megan here, just right on top. And then there's the other days you can't find that center. But for Megan, she was centered on the takeoffs of everything and really had a great skate here. Let's look at the triple loop. And that, in fact, got a little bit better. The triple Lutzes at the end, near the end of the program were way better.
But totally over her right side.
Yeah, she was really well balanced today. You saw the Arabian into this flying camel. Grab the blade. The donut, pick up a little bit of speed there. Nicely centered, though. Stays at one spot. Here's the second triple Lutz. Great lift up into the air. Really nicely done.
And into that triple Lutz, you could see a lot of just stroking, simple transitions. There wasn't complexity. As we see the combo spin, which has impressive flexibility and complexity, the transitional content within the program was diluted. But at this stage for Megan Wong, it's paid off because she's delivered the clean skate that everybody aspires to have. Moving forwards, of course, rotation will be something to focus on and increasing the difficulty.
Yeah, it's like building a house. Everybody builds it maybe a little bit different, but you got to have the foundation, right? Some people might put up the walls or their partitions, or they might put up the stairs. I mean, who knows? I mean, there's a process, obviously. It's not exactly like building a house, but the point is, everybody's a little bit different. So what comes first? 91.52 for Megan Wong. That is third in the free program with a total competition score of 136.23, and that'll put her currently, for the moment, overall into third place. Kind of, got to work on those high fives. Come on, you're missing that. Let's go.
They were good with the thumbs up.
They were good with the thumbs up. And there's the clapping. That's good. Yeah. Super. Great job.
Next to skate, representing Kazakhstan,
Yekaterina, 14 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season, but second event coming 20th in Istanbul. 99.64. She'll need that to take the lead, but 63.41 is her personal best. She's going to need a great skate here.
Well, I'm a Survivor, the music, and survive she did towards the end of the program. The triple lutz and triple flip later on in the second half, the strongest of the jumps that she did, even when she was fully energized at the start of the program. Katerina Balyabat, the 14-year-old from Kazakhstan, completes her Junior Grand Prix Series 2023.
Quite a fighter. You know, it says survivor,
I'm a survivor, I'm a fighter.
but I'm a fighter. That's what she is. Let's take a look at some of the elements. They got better as the program progressed. There's the triple lutz at the top, little under-rotated. Triple flip, much better lift there, but not a lot of flow in the landing. And that triple lutz at the beginning was down the quarter. There's the double axel, which weird. She's very tight in the air on the other jumps, but not on the axles.
Yeah, weird.
Both knees are bent, legs aren't tight. And there's the triple lutz, but it is there. Look how beautiful that lift was and the position in the air. It's weird at double axle. You need to convert over into that right foot, and it doesn't really happen there. There's three-jump combination. Not a lot of speed through that. Of course, you want to carry a lot more flow, but she's working to get them done. You know, the speed of the flow will happen, you know, in the next year or two.
And as I said, in this short program, she's collaborating with a new coach since May, and as we said with other maybe ice dancers, when things are new, then the time between events is more pivotally important in making those improvements made. And so from Istanbul, 3 weeks ago, 63 points in her free skate there. Now she's greeted by Sergei Voronov. It looks like she's going to make a seismic improvement on that.
Yeah, that's good. Well, certainly has the certain aspects of jumping that are there. The timing on the takeoff, rotation position's really good. She's able to check out, you know, not carry a lot of flow, that's for sure. Double axles really need work. You know, I'm sure that will be next, you know,
on the list.
order of business, if you will. Yeah, but a fighter.
Yeah. And, you know, her coach has been a medalist, a very successful skater in his own right. What I like is he seems chilled. He's not, and as she said, her coach knows what it takes to succeed internationally. He looks relaxed and happy and confident because, as we know, it's when the skater, the coach knows this is just a stepping stone.
Well, this is, you're building the house. You don't have it yet.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's going, okay, I got the first floor done. You know, I need to start, you know, I got to start a different analogy here because I'm talking about houses. But the point is, when you're building the skater through time, it's just one thing at a time. Or it might be two if you're really lucky, right? And it's over a period of time that things slowly start to come together, and then it all begins to materialize both with PCs and technical. But that takes many years, of course.
And you wonder whether or not with the, you know, the axle looking less comfortable and less cleanly rotated, but the lutz doing so, if perhaps the information she's had on the learning and education of that jump has been a little more, well, better quality technique than when she was learning the double axle.
I agree, and I think this is only a matter of time. You know, that's all going to be cleaned up and fixed up, and certainly as she gets more strength, power, and speed across the ice, it's going to be a great help as well with momentum. Season best 74.58, which is a big improvement. That's 11th in the free program with a 119.26. That'll put Ekaterina currently into 8th place. Yeah, he looks over, the big eyes, looks and goes, well, what do you think, Coach? I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Smile now.
There's a smile. There we go.
We will now have a short break for ice.
Okay, Mr. Hanradi. Okay, Mr. Movie Man. We're taking the ice resurface, and as we take a look at the standings so far, after 4 groups, 2 more to come, what is on the video playback list?
So now we look at another video from the day in the life with, and this time it is with Ingrid Walther, the technical controller in the ice dance competition, and a fascinating insight into what takes place on the technical panels. And then to the interview with Mao Shimada after she won her first Junior Grand Prix assignment this year in Osaka. We'll see her compete in the final group. She leads the field after day 1. And then to the Gdansk backstage video. And finally, the interview with the winner in Gdansk, Rina Yuzono from Japan. Oh, and then there's an extra bonus one at the end for World Ice Skating Day, which takes place on the 3rd of December.
There you go. Sounds good. Hope you enjoy it. We'll be back right after this.
You're not sure we're perfectly normal. Yeah, okay. I wasn't so sure yesterday either. After the event. Hi everybody, I'm Ingrid Charlotte Walter. I'm an ISU technical controller for ice dance and an ISU referee for ice dance singles and pairs. And my job here in the Junior Grand Prix in Linz is the technical controller for ice dance. So we are here sitting together, the so-called technical panel. We have the job of looking at the elements all the dance couples have in their program, and in finding out what kind of features they do, because the elements themselves can be made more difficult and get a higher value by having more and difficult features.
Exit. I question the split. Yes? Question mark? No?
So this is a lot of material one has to take in very, very quickly. And that is why we sit in the practice time and try to find and see what they are doing. We write that down in a kind of shorthand, which every person devises for him or herself. For instance, I draw a lot. You can see that later on the sheets we have, whereas others just do it in numbers, which frightens me. I couldn't do that, but there are number people, so that would be fine for them. And when it comes to the competition, we transfer the elements and the features onto the competition sheet. Of course, no level at all, because we have to see what could be there is really performed. And that is then what we mark down. But it speeds up everything very quickly. Usually we have 2 technical specialists. These are my 2 colleagues, Roxanne and Helen. And the one calls mainly the man and the other mainly the woman. And if we have, for instance, a spin in which both are involved, it is the specialist 1 who does the call of the level. Also to the team belong the data operator. He puts in the levels and the elements we call into the program and the software, so that the judges on their judges stand get the elements in the right order on their screen, because they have to evaluate the quality. And we have a video cutter, of course, because we have one whole program of 3 to 4 minutes, and we just need the little clips, which are also used to review by the judges and by us, whatever is shown. And so the video cutter cuts as soon as we say this element is coming up. That is, one of the technical specialists always says, next element, and then the element they know, they can prepare what they have to cut. And then the specialist 1 says the element when it starts. As soon as the program is finished, again, the data gives us the number of elements, also on which we called a review. A review is something we call when we are not quite sure whether it was really seen what we saw. For instance, we have 2 people on the ice, and in a step sequence, one of them could well hide the steps of the other by just being there, obviously. So then we would need, as an example, a review to see whether we can really have a look at the other steps. If not, we go with what we have seen and go always with the skater. I think that completes the whole process. I'm afraid it was more than 3 sentences. Never mind. We can cut.
すごくたくさんの応援をいただけて緊張はしたんですけど、その応援していただいたおかげで楽しく滑ることができました。やっぱり世界ジュニア選手権優勝して昨シーズンのグランプリシリーズも優勝したので、やはり今シーズンも絶対入賞したいって思いはあったんですけど、順位にとらわれずに自分のプログラムをいいように終わりたいと思っています。今はまだ試合に入れる予定はないんですが、練習はしていきたいと思います。いつも応援ありがとうございます。今シーズンも全力で頑張りますので、応援よろしくお願いします。
Focus Center.
Here in Gdansk with the women's champion from Japan, Renee Rizono, 192.31, the champion here. Absolutely brilliant performance, brilliant skate, no question. How did you feel about your performance today?
今回はスピンやステップのレベルの取りこぼしがないように練習してきたので、それが出せて嬉しかったです。
It was a brilliant performance, no question. And now you're going to the Junior Grand Prix final. How do you feel about that?
感謝の気持ちを持ってまた全力で練習頑張りたいと思います。
Well, it's such an honor to have watched you skate. It's an honor to be able to interview you, even in Japanese and English, in this way. Congratulations on the win here, and you best of luck as you go to the Junior Grand Prix final. The women's champion here in Gdansk.
We are here to celebrate the first inaugural World Ice Skating Day. And World Ice Skating Day is a single day specifically to celebrate the fun and the joy of ice skating across the globe. Lots of fun, lots of smiles, and a great way to celebrate this first day of World Ice Skating.
skaters may now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. From Estonia, Elizabeth No.
Welcome back, everyone, to Yerevan, Armenia. Day number 2 of competition here. We're in the final week of the Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm your host, Ted Barton, along with Mark Conradi. We are on group number 5 in the women's free program. We'll crown a champion, the final champion on the Junior Grand Prix Series this season, Mark.
Yeah, and whilst the expectancy is that Malshimada will win, it's just as exciting for those further down the standings for their own respective goals.
Yeah, right now we have 2 Americans, second and third. Well, can they stay there? I mean, they're really good. I had a great conversation with Tammy Gamble today, and she was so pleased, of course, with her skater in the short program. And the question is, now that you're there, how do you protect the lead? I mean, how do you keep there? That's a whole new set of psychological challenges, if you will.
And talking about, and this is where being on site is so wonderful. You had that chat with Tammy, and after breakfast, Sherry Zhang and her mom were near me, and we got chatting, and it just gives us an appreciation for all that goes into the skaters. And, for those skaters, we're referencing the skaters currently in second and third place, getting to hear their backstory, their emotions, it gives us more empathy for their brilliance. But each of the ones on the ice now has a parent or a guardian that's at home watching or here with them that's equally supportive and equally invested.
And they have their own stories.
Exactly.
I mean, there are 34 skaters. It's hard to cover every skater fully, properly. But it is much better when we are here. There's no question.
And then each of the coaches, as we see them ringside, they all have their own.
Yeah, they're fun to talk to as well.
So, and I think in many respects, it's more optimal if we can chat with the coaches because they have different perspective. The coaches have obviously been through their own experience, and so they have their own frame of reference for competition at this level. The skaters, in some ways, their perspective is more naive and more ignorant, blissfully ignorant sometimes, because they don't have a frame of reference. They only have the influence of their coach. These are all people first time experiencing each of these gamut of emotions.
Well, until you become, it's just like growing up just in the family. Until you become your own person, you're guided by your family, by your parents mostly, maybe grandparents as well. And then as you start to listen to other people, your teachers at school, and you start to hear other things, and then you develop your own philosophies. But that takes time. That's just called life.
And what's always a little entertaining is that then, for me, if I've seen somebody as a skater, and then when they become a coach, often their failings is a strong word, but their failings as a skater become their most passionate focuses as a coach.
Yeah, true enough. Hey, do we have any questions? Or are we just making this stuff up?
I think we're just flying by the seat of our pants right now.
Yeah, we're just filling air here. Everybody's saying, oh, my God, be quiet, guys. Give us some silence.
Yeah.
Well, we do that during the program. We keep it silent.
This is true.
Yeah.
We can reference, just interesting for those of this skating community that are interested, obviously the Challenger Series continues. So the pairs event at the Finlandia Trophy.
Yeah, let's go.
Espoo, they've got the lead taken by Ellie Cam and Danny O'Shea. And then Rebecca Gilardi and Filippo Ambrosini just ahead of Maria Pavlova and Alexei Sviatchenko. And interesting to see 10 competitors on that Challenger Series event in the pairs discipline, which is really positive. Men's event is taking place with Kaomura from Japan, Shun Sato from Japan, first and second. And then Nikolai Mamola, who we saw on the Junior Grand Prix last year being so successful as a junior skater as well. And now he lies third of 19 men at an ISU Senior Challenger Series event. So indication that the skaters quite often make that transition to senior successfully as well.
Well done.
Well, it's what is undoubted to me is that it's easier to get intel on the seniors than on the juniors.
Yeah.
So
sure.
That's our plea for more
we have
information.
one more day, so we appreciate the questions that have come in. We've got to try to organize something for those American skaters that want to take a peek in the studio, if we can find them.
Yeah, Eliana, I think, she's definitely going to, she won't go away from Yerevan, I think, without a peak round.
Yeah. It is interesting. I thought, it's they listen, of course, all the skaters listen to the broadcast or watch them skate and listen to what we say and whatnot, and see us around, but they don't, well, how does that happen? Like, we're always in a room somewhere or whatever. Nobody can really see in the room. But it's interesting. You have a great group of people, but it doesn't. How many we got here? 1, 2. I don't know, about 8 or 9 people. Like, it's a lot of work by a lot of people.
Yes.
To get this out, and they do such a wonderful job with social media. They really do. I've, been around the Junior Grand Prix for 9 years now, and this crew does spectacular work. So we're really pleased with that, and of course the production as well. And they're long days. I mean, we're yapping and talking and love our sport and having a good time. Quite often they have to work for those long hours just in silence, and not easy. So we appreciate the crew that we have with us, and we get the fun part to talk about what we love.
Yeah, and I think when, I know what it was like before I joined this Junior Grand Prix excitement. When something is happening and you are aware of it, or perhaps you see social media posts, you don't necessarily see what's happening behind the scenes to make that happen. And so for us, we being on the inside, we're mindful of the volume of work and the number of people that go behind that.
It's like a skater.
Yes,
a skater's got a whole team behind them. So what you're watching right now on your screen is a whole team making this happen. So we thank all the work that they're doing to cover these skaters as best we can, to bring their stories to life and follow their careers and celebrate the victories and help support the tough days.
And this first skater celebrates her 14th birthday today. Elizabeth New, final parting wisdom from Svetlana Varnatskaya, and you can see the intensity in her eyes, giving her student all she possibly can to encourage a solid free skate.
Love that. Those are great moments to watch. 88.56 personal best, earning that in Osaka. 12th after the short program. And she's going to need a 96.42. So she's a little bit shy, about 14 points shy of that personal, or of taking the lead. But anything can happen.
Elizabeth now, her 14th birthday today, and you so wish that on your birthday celebration you could give the clean skate you dream of. And we saw Dennis Kruglov from Belgium suffering with his birthday skate yesterday, and it seems the same fate has fallen a little bit on Elizabeth. That said, the triple toes demonstrated such quality and skating skills of really good caliber.
You can hear Happy Birthday, good song.
Oh.
Nice. Let's take a look. Quick in the air. Nice rotation position. Too far outside the circle on that takeoff. But there's some nice aspects to her skating. There's the triple flip. A little bit forward on the landing, but gets it done. Both triple Lutzes did not work in this program. She had to take falls on that. So I think this is one of the things they should be a little bit disappointed about. If you take a look at the approach of triple toe loop, that was nice. Hands above the head, right into the double toe. That was well done. Executed as planned. Another triple toe loop.
Good knee action.
Good knee action, good flow on the landing. The second triple Lutz has to take a fall too far back. Didn't have enough time to check out. You really need that checkout's got to be so strong, like the gymnast sticking the landing after a vault. You see the camel spin forward outside edge there, back inside the forward outside feature, side position here.
And Elizabeth did say that she cherishes competition in different cities and different cultures. And so, you know, yes, that was not the skate that she would have wanted, but her 14th birthday will have been in a different city, in a different culture, in a different experience. And as we see this Ina Bauer of good quality, it will be a day that she'll never forget. So memorable. It won't be an anniversary celebration that just passes by. This has been a special way to commemorate 14. Nice transition there with the hop. Interesting movement patterns and choices through the choreo sequence in here. Gorgeous turnout and extension within the catch spiral. Oh, you can see, understandably emotional, but look at the maturity. It's her birthday. It wasn't the skate she wanted. She's crying and she's holding herself with such maturity.
Well, 81.36, that's 7th in the free program with a total competition score of 129.26. And that'll put Elizabeth currently into 4th place overall at this stage of the competition.
Well, we respect you. Happy birthday to Elizabeth New.
Yes, happy birthday.
Next stage,
Now,
representing Italy.
we've just seen Chiara Meneghini covering her ears, not wanting to hear the scores of the previous skater, focused on her own job.
16 years old, 11th after the short program, needs a 95.30 to take the lead. Let's skate to the music from Hans Zimmer, the soundtrack of Time.
Oh, what a bold choice to use the choreo sequence to finish the program. Chiara Meneghini, that choice really, to me, is settling in my mind a composition score that will be high, and that's not what we've seen by any competitor so far.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice, and in my mind, a good choice.
Yeah,
in this
definitely.
case, you know, left a sort of story as the memory, not just a spin, right?
My component scores definitely went up in the last 20-30 seconds, even higher.
Yeah, but you're not on the panel.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here. Let's take a look. Good speed and power in that triple flip. Beauty. Right in the double toe loop. So nicely executed. There's the double axel. Great lift quickly into the Euler. And then the double Sauerkraut. Very powerful jumper. Covers good ice. A lot of ice in the air. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, interesting that she had such a good triple lutz in the short program, electing not to do it. This triple toe was gorgeous. Such flow and glide. So you suspect then, we don't know what's gone on in Chiara's training up to this point. We know she's got a jump content as we look at this gorgeous camel spin that would have given her a higher score. But she and her coach have obviously decided, no, we're not going to use that. We're just going to, use the likes of a double loop. Perhaps this is all tactical to build towards the end of the season.
And to build confidence as well. You don't want to put, so much on the shoulders of the skater that it's impossible to be, to be successful. And then mentally, you get a little bit down. But great choice. 69.27 is personal best. That score will be cleaned off
for
the
sure.
list. That's for sure. We'll see it right now. It's 83.91. That's a great score for Chiara. That'll put her currently to 5th place with a 132.93 total for the competition. So it'll put her, for the moment at least, into 4th place.
Highest components, and justifiably so far.
On the ice representing Switzerland, Olivia Baxa.
And now to Olivia Baxa from Switzerland, the 14-year-old who until 3 days ago didn't know if she would compete. Such is the pain and the injury that she has in her foot. We wish her all the best.
Yeah, 95.07. She'll need that to take the lead. But she has a season best of 100.72. Certainly has the ability. We'll see how she's able to perform tonight. She's going to skate the free program to the soundtrack of The Sea Beyond.
And now, knowing the injury that Olivia Baxa has suffered, that makes that skate all the more admirable. And despite the pain that she's in, her ability to skate as well as that is built upon such a quality foundation. And we're seeing that now in so many Swiss skaters on the circuit with same coaching staff. Linda van Trooijen and Sindre Kriese doing a brilliant job.
Yeah, really nice. A little bit stiffer than landings. That could be because of the injury, but had to fight for everything, and she did. That's
Absolutely.
the success.
And that's what she said. She chose to fight coming in here.
Yeah. There's the triple toe loop off the top. Has to break at the waist. Hand, I don't think she touched the ice necessarily. There's the triple Lutz. Slow with the free leg. Then the double axel. And a nice twizzle after that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 or 8 elements are under review. So these landings might change a little bit with under rotation. Beautiful. Back camo. Wonderfully centered. Great speed. There's the second triple Lutz. Into the double toe loop.
I'm not sure which, but you do sense that there's a caution with the right foot. Maybe it's the right foot that is the injured one.
Yeah, nice job. So the triple flip comes in. That had a fall. Okay, the triple loop under rotated. The triple Lutz double toe single axle sequence repeat. Yeah, and the rest of the jumps are still being looked at here. So there's a couple little things here and there. She's not going to reach her 100.72 top score, but you can see the abilities she has.
And she did do triple at her last event, so you suspect she's held back a little bit.
Yeah.
Interesting that the coaching staff are so passionately committed to trying to get Swiss skaters to compete with the very best in the world. And Linda has explained that as they look to the future, they hold a hopeful vision, aspiring for improved infrastructure to provide the skaters with the necessary resources to excel. So they don't have the optimal resources, but because the technique is so well trained and so well educated, the quality of the skater is evident.
Well, as we mentioned before, something's happening there. We'll see how far that goes, but they've got a group of coaches and a group of skaters focused on closing that gap, which they already are.
Yeah.
Still a distance to go. Let's be honest, there's still a distance to go, but they're well on their way. So it's going to be a lot of fun watching Swiss skaters over the next couple of years.
Radnado and Brandenburg, I think the other Swiss skaters that we saw, that these athletes will push each other, and what a challenge it will be to see what will happen at Junior World Championships and who will be selected for the Swiss skating team.
And of course, that is a very difficult or important competition for the Junior Grand Prix the next season, because the numbers of athletes that any federation is allowed is dependent on the placement at the Junior World Championship. So that will be interesting. Hopefully, we'll be able to cover that together. We'll see. Of course, if you're the star and winning the dancing on ice, then I'm on my own, right? So maybe I can jinx you. All right, let's see now. I don't know. Figure this out.
Well, no more soon.
The elements now have been completely reviewed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 out of the 11 elements were under review. So this is why it's taking a little bit longer. Technical panel wanting to make sure that everything is accurate, because there is some doubt on some of the elements, and so you have to look back on the replays.
And whilst we've seen perhaps the judges maybe be a little more, a little stricter in the program component scores, the technical panel may be a little bit more favourable on the rotation calls. So each event, some slight differences, but uniformity throughout the 34 women, I am sure.
Yes. But it's a little concerning as they wait a little bit longer than they'd like to. Right?
Yeah.
Here are the scores.
Makes you anxious.
For Olivia, free program score, 90.20. That is fourth in the free program with a total competition score of 139.45, and that'll put Olivia currently into third place at this moment in the competition.
From Olivia Baxa, the 14-year-old from Switzerland.
Next
Now to another 14-year-old, this time from Korea, Neon Ko. She's improved her technical element score and the planned program content since the Korean qualifier in July. How will she fare in the free skate?
8th after the short program. Needs an 89.63 to take the lead. Certainly has that ability. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event, so we don't have a personal best score. She'll set it right now. Skating to the Firebird Suite.
Well, 2 triples in the free skate for Neon Ko, and that not something that, a sentence you can say for Korean women skaters on the Junior Grand Prix so far, but you just see now the upset, the pain perhaps. We don't know exactly the challenges that Neon Ko has been dealing with, but certainly visibly upset, and understandably so.
Yeah, it's hard to know the root of that other than the standard is so high in Korea and in Japan that the expectations of these athletes and the pressure.
And this is when you just see a 14-year-old out there, just it's so painful to see. And but she's such a brilliant skater. She had a rotten skate for what she's capable of, starting with that painful fall after fall, and pop after pop. But the triple flip showcased the quality she has.
Yeah, you could see this young woman is a wonderful skater and just had a very bad day. Was not in control of it. Pop there, and then I think as every mistake came along, it was.
And actually, now I think about it, was when I was watching warm-up, she struggled in warm-up and looked frustrated or irked in warm-up as well. So I don't know what's going on before, but all I just see now is a 14-year-old that needs a hug from their mom.
Forget about the skating for a second. Just helping a young skater handle the moment. Tried to work on a smile right there for a second.
She tried,
trying so hard.
And even great choreo sequence at the end, well-constructed choreography, amazing dress. I know this sounds trivial, but even the makeup, these Korean skaters are so well prepared to present themselves in a manner that will, be world-class, and she's got that.
Well, you talked about the qualifying process for these skaters, and this skater was 8th or 9th, I think, in the Junior Grand Prix tryout. Right, she had the final spot. So, that was great, but also puts pressure because
she wants to justify her place.
For sure, and the other Korean skaters have had a great success this season. So that is not easy as well. But this moment, as painful as it is, and we've said this every time, if they're in this sport for the long run, this is a moment that she'll gain the most. She doesn't know it right now, and it's very painful. But this will somehow, if she's a fighter, which I believe she is, we'll take her back to the practice rink, and there'll be a new emphasis for sure. 82.75, that is 7th in the free program, even with those mistakes. With a 137.44, that's 4th place for Neon Ko.
And I think she'll have an army of skating fans now in her corner wanting to support her and see her back in the Junior Grand Prix next year.
Yeah. She's got work to do, no question, as does every skater.
Well, the next skater, Eugenia Zigalovsky, didn't have her dress. She left her dress at the hotel. Fortunately, somebody else got her back. She didn't have time to go back to the hotel in time. She got it 5 minutes before going on the ice.
Well, how'd you find that out? My
Angelique
gosh.
Abertskina,
14 years old. Okay. 83.93 personal best.
Well, such a brilliant skate and so much passion at the end. She almost fell out of her start position. Eugenia Sikolovsky.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was heartfelt. She wore her heart on her sleeve, put it out all on the ice, and it kind of worked out pretty good.
Yeah. And, you know, her coach Roman Ponsard and Angelique Abichkina have explained, like others, that the Swiss school system, as we see the triple lutz, meant that she's barely seen her coaches since school started again in September. Training so much on their own as we see the flip.
A little under-rotated there, and it is under-rotated. The system coming back down the ice for the triple lutz. Good lift all the way around. Nice straight, strong back. Good extension as well. Triple Salchow, no problem. Right up at the double axel, double toe. She was on a mission. Wasn't about to miss anything.
And, you know, amazing to think that not having her dress until 5 minutes before she went on the ice hasn't. You could argue it might have.
Sometimes those things sharpen your focus because it's urgent. Now you've got to stay focused and you've got to get yourself under control. Sometimes those things do help.
Perhaps stopped her worrying.
Well, let's take a look. 83.93 is her personal best score, so you're going to see that kind of killed.
Decimated.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, she trains with Roman and Angelique, and she trains with Francois Pitot, who is third in the standings.
That's great.
In the men. And so I'm sure that's a huge, I mean, not just great coaches, but great training mates. And so that will be the motivation, I'm sure, for a skate like this. And, you know, we've talked about Swiss skating. I've referenced one training camp which is producing some great skaters. There's a different training camp producing great skaters. So, you know, Swiss skating is in such good hands.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, we mentioned that. You wondered, okay, should I have mentioned that early in the season? They go, no. At the end of the season, we can say that honestly. Now, a long ways to go. We don't want to build things up and put too much on anything because lots can happen and lots can change over the next year or two. But certainly at this stage, there's an enthusiasm, a desire, a vision,
that's
game
such a
plan.
good word. You see the enthusiasm. You could say, oh, she has unders, she has quarter short jumps, she has GOEs that are base. But the enthusiasm is priceless.
Yeah, it is. And an attitude. There's an attitude there that is, wait a minute, it doesn't matter if we're from a small country. We can compete with these people. So let's get on with it.
Yeah, it's exciting. And again, actually looking at the short program, the component's a little bit higher in the short program where she attempted the triple-triple. But looking like she's going to get close to the coveted 100-point marker.
Yeah.
The scores, please.
And here are the free program scores. Season best, 97.95. That's second in the free program with a total competition score of 153.24 as she takes the lead. And she's kind of happy.
Yeah, she wants more.
She wants more. That's good.
Yeah.
That's great. And there is a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard so far.
Next skate representing Israel.
And now to another 14-year-old, last year's Israeli novice champion, Sophia Schifrin.
9th after the short program. 110.11 personal best, but she'll need a 103.64 to take the lead. She certainly has the ability to do that. And the beautiful music for the free program, Ex Genesis by Muse.
Sophia Schifrin has a free program called Starlight. There's an entire story created behind this by she and our coaching staff about everybody having their own path and their own light, and we give off our own starlight. So an idea that there's a real comprehension behind the choreography.
So beautiful, and I recognized her in the warm practice sessions in Bangkok week number 1. I said, wow, this girl is spectacular. She didn't have her best skate there. She's placing 6th, but she had a great skate here tonight. There's the triple Lutz. You can see how fast and straight and strong she is in the air. So efficient and nice stretched free leg, nice arms, wonderful posture. Look at the speed of the spin. Incredible on the change of edge, back outside, forward, inside. Picks up speed in the sit. And down as well. So that change combination spin level 4 with a plus GOE. She's getting 4.30 for that one spin. Look at that spiral. Beautiful. I kept the choreographic sequence here, Mark.
And you can see the work, I presume, done off the ice to work on that extension of the ankle, the turnout after that bracket, the arch in the spine through the Ina bar and the spread eagle heading into this, the loop. Just a bit under there, I think.
Yeah, maybe a little bit under it. Had to fight for that 3-jump sequence, but makes it work. Here's the Bielman at the end, and this little hop right into. Really nice skate. 110.11 her personal best. So that's a big score. She may not reach that score here.
Yeah, you could see the last few jumping passes getting some under rotations, fatigue setting and pulling the tech score down a bit.
Yeah, 105.78. That is first in the free program, though, with a 155.39, and that'll put her, for the moment at least, into first place. Big smile on Sophia's face. Well deserved. 2 thumbs up. And a little heart.
The following skaters line out take the ice for a 6 minute.
Okay, we're down to the final 6 there, Mark.
From Georgia, Inna Gulbenidze. From the Republic of Korea.
And there, the lineup with the Kura Kushida opening proceedings. She is just a fraction of less than a point.
Also from the United States of America.
Rounding out the short program results, and each skater has a very different, individualized goals plan.
Well, it's very interesting. You know, we mentioned that the 2 American skaters skating 2nd and 3rd. Now, the women's podium has been, you know, kind of controlled and guarded by, by the Korean and Japanese skaters, and people want to have a shot at that in their city. Now, my question is, does that add more pressure? Which obviously it would, because the desire to be there. Can they cope with it? We'll see.
And blessing and a curse. I mean, I sat on the bus on the way here with the 2 Japanese women, and they seem incredibly mature. And it does I sense almost a business-like professionalism, which you might argue is what's absolutely necessary to have the quality that they have. I saw Natalia, the Romanian competitor, who was in the first group.
Yep.
And all week long, she's just oozed, bubbly joy at being here. Her score could be half of what's the Japanese skaters, but a completely different perspective in coming here. And neither is right or wrong. We celebrate them all.
No, you're right. Absolutely. There's no right or wrong in this case. It's exciting to be a skater from Korea or Japan and want to be the best. And it's exciting to be skaters trying to chase them as well. I mean, you're either the hunted or you're the hunter, one way or the other, right?
And what we do not see for all the competitors, but the competitors that make the national teams for Japan or Korea, their season will have started perhaps earlier than others because they have to prove themselves worthy of gaining selection to leave the country and represent their nation internationally. And so the relentlessness of training will be resolute. We spoke with Korean coach earlier today, and he explained that he works 7 days a week, and DT is here on the birthday of his 1-year-old.
Yes, exactly. And we asked him, do you need a break? And he said, he hesitated. He said, it would have been nice to have a little bit of space. And then he showed us his son and his birthday regalia, really, in different costumes. It was really so cute, right? And that's tough. He's how many thousands of kilometers away, and his son's first birthday, but that's what it takes for an athlete, and that's what it takes for a coach to make this type of level. It is, you do not go through life with taking your holidays, with having your weekends, with getting extra time off. being at home all the time. If you're in this business competitively, that's not reality.
And sometimes that's, again, no right or wrong, no judgment.
No, it's no judgment on it. It's
a cultural thing, because some nations will do. I remember when I worked in Japan and skaters were coming on the ice at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yep.
Now, culturally, that might seem like child cruelty to others, but that was, skaters were happy, coaches were happy, because that's what they believed was necessary for success, and here they are being successful.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, people quite often think that their culture and their lifestyle should be lived by all. That's just not the reality of life, right? And there are different countries, different cultures. We have to be accepting. We may not be our choice, but it is their choice. That's fine. That's fine. No problem.
And I think just respecting all.
Yeah.
And there's Sherry Zhang, who was explaining that, and our coach Chris explaining that she has a 15-month-old brother, and so often a part of her weeks and days will be on helping to care and guardian for another one, and yet here she is representing her nation with trabeculosis to worry about, but also maybe you could argue then that's humbling.
Yeah.
To be perhaps changing nappies or diapers will perspective your event.
Yeah, it keeps your feet on the ground, that's for sure. Everybody's a little bit different. There is no right and wrong.
And we often, or so often, reference the need for that clean skate and how the skaters that have been most successful do not make mistakes. Sherry was explaining, that she can hit clean and consistent run-throughs regularly and repeatedly, and was frustrated with herself for a mistake in the short program, the same mistake that she made in her first Junior Grand Prix assignment. But replicating clean in practice, in competition, isn't, something that's readily accessible. You get to practice your run-through in training multiple times a week. You don't do that in a year.
You learn to jump, you learn to train, you learn to spin in a training environment. You learn to compete in a competition environment.
Yeah.
And it's different, right? So some people, they rise, some people fall. And sometimes it takes a couple years to sort of figure it all out. That's what the juniors is about.
And I apologize for repeating the same name, but on an interview, the interview that I referenced, I think last week with Karolina Kostner, who had multiple seasons, I think 15 as a senior, she said, it gets easier because you know what to expect. And so the ability to maintain your body or maintain your run-throughs gets easier because you know what you're dealing with.
Yeah. But that just takes time. And lots of hard work. The final 6, all high-quality skaters. Will they be able to deliver what they've trained so hard to do in a special moment? When you are in the last group, when you qualify for that last group, there's something special about that. You wear a badge of honor.
Oh.
I was in the last group, right?
Yeah, and I remember if ever there was an event where I was in the last group, you get ready. You think,
but was there
I'm going into the changing room when there was more than one group.
5?
Not always.
Yeah. That's okay. Here we go.
So the first to skate, the first of 2 Japanese competitors in this final group, Ikura Kushida. Now she had the second highest program component scores, thus suggesting she was potentially the second best fundamental skater, but mistakes made in the short program.
4th after the short program. Needs a 95.41 to take the lead. 113 personal best score. She certainly can do it. No question at all on that. Except the question is, will she? She takes her position to skate to the beautiful music of The Little Prince.
Ikura Kushida from Japan, what a storyteller, and one of the most elegant necklines, just gorgeous top line.
So this performer, this performance is simply ice royalty in my mind. This is royalty. Yeah, there's some mistakes from a sport perspective, but with that stance, with that presence on the ice, with that story, with that music, you're watching someone who is already a big star or small star is going to shine and become a big star. It's pretty amazing. Needs to get the jumps more consistent. They're beautiful. Look at that triple up, triple toe loop. No problem. Technique absolutely spot on.
And those first two triple triples made me feel she was set for...
Yeah, exactly. But just maybe a little fragile.
Oh, that was gorgeous, that back counter.
Exactly. Lots of transitions into and out of the elements, much more than any other skater we have seen or maybe will see. And just a little mistake like that on the double axel. And then a little doubt creeps in. Okay, hangs onto the loop. And then here is second triple lutz and just off the back of the edge. Just a little slow with the checkout, getting the free leg back. But she's so delightful.
And I just wonder, the padding that you can see in her top of her thigh, perhaps is an injury at play, perhaps that's something that's been affecting her, but what a storyteller.
Oh my gosh. That is beautiful. I mean, she is beautiful, not that. The program is, this young skater is, and that's wonderful. Now, let's talk about the sport. There's some mistakes. There's costly points. She's still going to be, let's take a look. 121.35 is her personal best. She's not going to reach that score. 113.30, though, is her season's best. She might reach that. And she's going to need a 95.41 to take the lead. Pretty sure she'll do that.
And congratulations to both coach and choreographer Caitlin Weaver. A great choice, Le Petit Prince.
Such a star. 113.72 is the season's best for Ikura. That is first, of course, with a 173.71 as Ikura takes the lead here at this stage of the competition. Brilliant.
Next is weight representing Georgia,
Inga Gurganidze, she's been working triple axel. We've seen it before. Will she include it? If so, it will be the first element for the Georgian.
105.53 personal best. And she'll need all of that to take the lead.
Well, very unique interpretation for the 14-year-old from Georgia, Inga Gorganidze. Just that ball in the triple lutz.
I so much like Inga's skating. I really do. I love the intensity. I love the fact she's different than other people.
Yes.
Yes, it's intense, but why can't a woman be intense in the performance?
Yeah.
Love it. And she's aggressive. She's a great technician. She's a good spinner. She's has some innovation. There's the double axel. Didn't go with the triple axel today. Great opening. Good speed here. The triple flip. Low in the knee, up into the double toe loop. Comes down the ice here. Let's take a look at this triple lutz. Solid and clean on the landing. Great extension as well. And some nice moves in here. The last part of the choreographic sequence.
Yeah, well, interesting as we look at the lutz that was problematic. You could see the hand movement. There's some sort of different story as we see the double axel. She thought well here because she intended Euler triple salchow on the lutz where she fell, put it on the double axel to push that tech score. But there was some sort of story. There, you can see through the dress, through the finish. She doesn't go with convention. She doesn't go with classical and pretty and safe. It wasn't well received, particularly well received at the first Junior Grand Prix assignment. But perhaps here more conviction to that will push the scope components.
The one thing I would say that I think is a little bit of a weakness, she doesn't have transition on the landings. She quite often marches to the next element. She comes out of it, then strokes forward a little bit instead of keeping some edges and moving and weaving around. So that's, some maturity that will come. But
next layer.
She's a wonderful athlete, intense competitor. Love it.
And even,
and a great technician.
Yeah, absolutely. And even seeing we saw it yesterday with Sophia Schifrin, the Israeli competitor. Inga, she's got purple hair dye. She's got a different choice. She's got her own unique stance. And I think it's to be applauded and encouraged that skaters can push that individuality rather than just always stick conventional.
To keep the sport interesting. You need to. Season's best, 110.43. That's second in the free program. With a 165.90, Inga will take over second place for this moment. At this moment in the competition, there are 4 skaters yet to skate.
Next to skate.
And the plot thickens.
Yes. And now to another 14-year-old, the Korean Eunbi Park.
Well, fifth after the short program. Just want to reach the podium, 114.50. She'll need that to take the lead. She has the skill to do it. She'll need to deliver it. Some good skaters yet to come. Just skate the free program to violin concerto in E minor.
You can just see the facial reaction from 14-year-old Eunbi Park from Korea. First Junior Grand Prix and skating, I think, as best as she possibly could have.
Yeah, no question. She's a fighter. You know, not easy. Your last group, first time out.
Yeah. Vying for a medal, potentially.
Yeah. And she was hungry for it, so she knew to have a chance at it, she had to skate pretty clean, and she did. Let's take a look at the elements here. There's the triple Lutz. Good lift, good height. Close to the boards, but fights to get up into the triple toe loop. Gets it done. And here's the triple flip. Watch the landing. That is in as an under rotation. That's right. There's the triple loop. Better lift on that. Into the double toe. Triple Salchow. Double axel. And then slow double toe. Two jump combo. There's the triple Lutz. A little bit later in the program. Hangs onto that. A little bit forward. But she's got that free leg back. That's great.
Love this.
Yeah, beautiful. Change combo spin at the end. Level 4, of course, with a plus GO 5.5. So 4.5 for that one element to finish the program. And she's going to probably break the 100 mark on the free program.
She had a 99.69 at the Korean qualifying comp. That is the event which allowed her to get this assignment. And now we can take the chance to wish happy birthday to Coach Jin So Kim's 1-year-old back home. And
so cute.
So cute.
And he's here working, but loving his work, no question. 2 thumbs up for both the skater and my 1-year-old child. His 1-year-old child.
And interesting for Eunbi Park choosing, as we saw in Gagurgan, it's the complete opposite. Classical piece.
And here is the score, 107.41. That is third in the free program with a total competition score of 166.63. That will move her currently into second place overall with 3 skaters to come.
And now from Eunbi Park to the reigning junior world champion. The skater has a different perspective coming into this event. A title isn't all she's after.
First, after the short program, she perhaps is in her own class.
Mao Shimada, not many skaters globally, senior or junior, can carry off Benedictus by Carl Jenkins, that hauntingly beautiful music, but her maturity completely defies her age.
Again, royalty.
There's
something special. They're in a different class. I mean, all the skaters are wonderful and lovely, but when you get to this level, there's something different. Many things different, not just something. It's just spectacular. Let's take a look. There's the triple axel right off the top of the program, no problem. Next up was the quad. Let's take a look at this. This is perhaps under-rotated. We'll see. Yeah, a little bit under-rotated. And actually the axle's under-rotated as well in the system.
But it was downgraded in her Osaka, still going for that.
Yeah.
Actually, that looked under too.
Yeah, it did. But they didn't review it. So the fact is that she's so centered on all the jumps when she takes up, minus the quad. So she's got such consistency, how quick she is into rotation, how strong her back is on landing, just pushes the free leg back. Here's some of the choreo sequence, beautiful spiral. And
there just is such maturity, but then using the likes of Laurie Nickel, knowing that she, as the reigning junior world champion, has to tap into different things to still keep pushing herself forward. That layback spin as the combination spin attains so many maximum grades of execution. So when your spins are level 4+5, when you've got triple axel content, then she has to create artwork to push those components towards world leading.
The best, or the wannabe best, wants to work with the best. And when you're working with Laurie Nickel and Caitlin now, moving up in the choreography world, if you will. Let's take a look at the scores. I think you're going to see pretty big. 140.08 is her personal best, but this is a 136.67. There's a couple under rotations there, technically, of course. 209.81 for Mao Shimada from Japan. She cleanly takes the lead.
Not many skaters would be looking less than overjoyed with that score.
Exactly. You're going, whatever. I guess at first.
And
not easy. No, go ahead,
how
please.
To follow that, exactly. And I absolutely delightful young human. Chatting with her at breakfast this morning. A very special lady. We wish Sherry Zhang from the United States of America all the best.
Well, 111.34 is her personal best this season. She will skate to A Beautiful Storm by Jennifer Thomas.
gorgeously expressive skate, and that choreo sequence just divine. Sherry Zhang from the United States of America, who said she skates clean so often in practice, just still managing that under the pressure of competition internationally.
What a beautiful skater. Just
As her mom.
amazing. Yeah, and a couple mistakes are costly in the sport aspect that we're witnessing today. It's called competition, but if she skates clean, she is challenging the top for sure.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at some of the elements. Great
This
start.
landing position.
Yeah, look at the beautiful stretch, pointed toes. I took just this pause after that first element. There's the triple Lutz. Off to a great start into the double toe loop. Everything looks good, nice and clean. They wouldn't even review. There's a second triple Lutz right on top. She's flying through this. And there's the triple flip up into the double axle. And second double axle, and here is just that slip. And they're in this two falls, so they take that one down as a fall. Here's the Ina Bauer. Beautiful falling leaf there, stretched toe, and great pivot move as well, right into the layback, or pardon me, the sit spin. That is in. Just beautiful. Change combo spin.
And Sherry Zhang vies not just to be one of the front-running American skaters, but to compete at the Youth Olympic Games as well. And what a great candidate she would be for that. And hopefully, with further international experience, she'll be able to just stick those last two jumping passes. Eluded her a little here.
What a wonderful skater. Gaining some experience. A tough lesson sometimes, but even with the mistakes, come on, that's just a beautiful skater.
Absolutely.
It really is.
And, you know, she travels to Chris Pottinger and Anthony Evans, who's here with her for training, and her mum saying almost inhuman efforts to try to get her the training and the education that they know she needs to be competitively successful.
Eyes closed, hands grasped, season's best, 114.66.
Oh,
that is second in the free program with a total competition score of 175.18. One skater to come, she's on the podium.
She gets a medal.
She gets a medal. She just realized.
lovely?
She just got it.
Amazing.
Well, she's expressive both on the ice and off the ice.
Is that the best reaction
That
of the
is
whole
best.
series?
Okay, social media crew, you got to use that.
There's your
That's
content.
awesome. There it is.
Thanks for that entertainment.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Final skater.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Get going there, Mark. Come on, let's go.
Fellow American, another stunningly beautiful skater. Now to Elise Lynn Gracie.
119.41, personal best, skating to Anna's Theme by Joshua Bell.
And another choreo sequence of dreams, Elise Lynn Gracie. And for so many years, American women skating was the benchmark. And now we've just seen two brilliant performances by American women. What happened today, Elise Lynn Gracie said to me she's grateful to be here with another amazing lady, Sherry Zhang. She acknowledged her competitor and how wonderful it was to be here with her. And there's her competitor's mum cheering her on. How will she now compare to her competitor as we look at the results?
Let's take a look. Here's the triple Lutz. Little bit, not over-rotated, but a little bit tight landing, but still beautifully done. And trip into the double toe.
Electing to do double, smart, I think.
Yeah, smart in that case because it was a tight land. Triple Salchow, no problem. Beautiful posture, wonderful soft arms. There's the triple loop, and that goes down. Just late on the checkout, over-rotated with the upper body, and just can't stop that rotation to check it out. And then up into the double axel in this jump combination. Wants to go for the toe loop, doesn't. There's the beautiful Ina Bauer.
Most stunning.
And we'll watch the rest of this choreo sequence. There's a beautiful split jump. A lot of skaters don't do the full split, which doesn't. There's a beautiful spiral as well, assisted obviously with a hold. And watch the split jump right here. A lot of skaters just do a partial split. That's like a full split. So beautiful, suspended in the air.
And more maturity, a little more maturity, 16 years old, and you can see.
Holding that last pose. Beautiful.
What skating fans around the world love to see, sustained positions, open, expansive posture. And she has a 4-point lead above Sherry after this short program.
Well, she's going to need a 109 to take third. She clasps her hands, closes her eyes. 111.61. That's fourth in the free program with a total competition score of 176 points. 1-1, and it comes up as 2. She is second here. 2 Americans on the podium. That is something new
and
for the Junior Grand Prix.
2 American friends, both having, and I think that they'll both be just as delighted for each other. They've been around the rink together all day, and what a way to end it for 2 young women.
Yeah, a special day and a special moment for women skating in the Junior Grand Prix. It's been dominated by Korea and Japan. Nice to see some other people on the podium, although Japanese and Korean skaters and many others are proving to be a challenge. You said it. The gap is closing. Just wait till next season. Just wait till Junior Worlds. We'll see that even tighten up even more, and that's only good for skating. As we take a look at the rest of the field in this event, 34 competitors. Day 2. We close out day 2.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun.
Well, that was a great day. We've still got more fun to come.
Yeah, exactly. Day tomorrow. And remember to send in your questions tomorrow.
Yes, please do.
We're expecting more as the pages keep turning here in the women's. Now, we're going to stay online for the medal presentation, of course, so we invite you to do that. We will leave the broadcast now for all of us here at the ISU here in Armenia. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. Thank you very much for watching. We hope that you will join us tomorrow for the final day of coverage for the free dance and the men's free. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Thank you for watching.
Grand Prix of Figure Skating Armenian Cup 2023. Victory Ceremony, Junior Women. Third and winner of the bronze medal from the United States of America, Sherry Zhang. Second and winner of the silver medal from the United States of America, Alice Gracie. First and winner of the gold medal from Japan, Bao Shibata. Please welcome the ISU Honorary Vice President, Mr. Alexander Lakernik. He will award the medals. Please welcome the Vice President of Armenian Figure Skating Federation, Mr. Gurgen Vardanian. He will award the flowers. Please welcome the referee, Mr. Eddie Wu, and the technical controller, Ms. Anna Shirotska. They extend congratulations to the medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists.
supposed to like do the...
Cheerio?
Like go around, stay around.
Yeah? You mean what they're gonna do right now?
No,
they will. Yeah.
Yeah, there they go. Whee!
Vámonos! Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's really hard. Like that, it's fine.
No, that's cool.
Ma?
Che bello, solo intervista anche giapponese però.
I don't know if you set that up. We have a possibility to program buttons on certain cameras.
Yeah.
if you look at the settings, right, you
Okay,
can
you're
change
about
it.
to change it with the
Yeah.
So the other one was the other one, F8, yeah, 180%. So it doesn't really go.
So you do like normal ones. I program this way, but you can program both. So you do like normal one.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with.
I reckon he has.
I'm not sure. Yeah. So do you